Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and the so-called friends of election reform, those who have not got tired of discussing about the fundamental rights and the forms to exercise these rights and election procedures. Today, the civil network OPORA with our partners and stakeholders from different political and expert circles are going to discuss about the essence of political rights and the form of their exercise that shall be included into the electoral code, probably after the lessons learned following the 2020 local elections. And what are the conclusions after this election process to help us anticipate what is going to happen in the next parliamentary campaign in 2023, which we hope is going to be the regular scheduled elections with the proportional system under open list. Today we are going to draw certain conclusions, interim conclusions as experts of the 10 years of our acting work since we started working as a civil network of OPORA with our competent, brilliant, motivated, highly motivated partners. We are going to talk to the politicians who are working today in the parliament of the 9th convocation, who will need to revisit and review the electoral code for the third time. I would like to say that the reform is not about hopelessness. It's not about correcting the mistakes. Election practices have been evolving in Ukraine, the same as all over the world, and we shall take into account the challenges, the innovations, the changes that do have their effects on the political will and its expression, on the protection of voting rights of citizens, active suffrage, and also the passive suffrage, to ensure that all stakeholders from the civil society, from the political circles, have access to politics, irrespective of their gender, whether they are men or women, irrespective of their abilities or disabilities. They do need to be able to be incorporated into the political process rather than staying passive and observing, irrespective of the political views, as soon as they are in line with the constitution, and to be represented in the political parties. Election reform was not inefficient. This is not the reason we are trying to review it, but we have been evolving. In 2020, we have seen the huge progress in terms of the democracy index, and Ukraine is currently referred to the category of open and free democracy, and we can only welcome this. However, according to other parameters, we can be referred to the authoritarian regimes. And when we talk about the campaign in Ukraine and beyond, there are a few questions raised about the process, and we need to review not the values, but the approaches to exercise and ensure the implementation of these values. We're going to talk about the reform, but not only. The reform might seem like the never-ending process for the outsiders, but we are going to talk about the objectives, because the Universal Declaration of Human Rights has it that the right to govern your country is one of the fundamental rights. We do believe that political rights are not about the technologies. They are about the values, the motivation, certain level of culture that I believe Ukraine is aiming at. Therefore, when we talk about the experts, media people, the politologists, the philosophers, all of these are going to be discussing these aspects at this platform today. They're going to talk about the values. Values are not a problem. Why having a choice is something we should appreciate and treasure. When we talk about the political cycles and election reforms, they should matter even after the termination of the campaign for an average citizen. We're going to talk about the numbers and the findings of the interim research. whether it's about the monitoring of social media undertaken by OPORA, whether it's about the gender aspect and ensuring the equal access of men and women to politics at the recent elections. And we're also going to launch the proactive discussion about the political parties that we are trying to build in Ukraine, because it is an important precondition for the proper and perfect or full-fledged elections, because we do need the proper internal party democracy. We should not be talking about the franchised parties when the political technologies are using the parties as legal entities that are playing around and tampering with their capacities and powers. We should be talking about those who monopolized the participation in political life. And also, we are planning to draw certain conclusions of the activity and operations of the civil network OPORA. Our representatives contributed largely to the development of these processes on the grounds. I would like to pass the floor to our partners who largely contributed and have been contributing for a long time our activities, the parliamentary initiatives and dialogues, the observation of our elections, and the operations of the networks contributing to this process. Therefore, I would like to pass the floor to the representative of USAID in Ukraine, Jim Hope, to have his welcome address to our audience, to all of the participants and our viewers.
Excellent. Thank you. Thanks, Olga, and nice to see you. And dobro ranku, everyone. Thank you very, very much for inviting me to join you this morning. This is really a unique event that unites all of us who are dedicated to further strengthening democracy by giving all Ukrainians an equal voice through their right to vote. Now, of course, we all know that Ukraine has made significant progress over the past decade in reforming its electoral system and its electoral legislation. The new Electoral Code is, in fact, historic. It unifies the procedures for all types of elections. It eliminates a corrupt majoritarian process. It enfranchises internally displaced persons, strengthens electoral justice, and creates more opportunities for women to participate in politics and governance. That is a very impressive list. And in addition, the recently adopted national referendum law is another significant step forward to allow Ukrainians to have that voice on issues of national importance. In fact, the Economist Intelligence Unit in its 2020 Democracy Index identified Ukraine as a full democracy in the electoral process and pluralism category. These are very, very positive signs that give us all momentum for further improvements in the years ahead. Last year's national elections, local elections, were a true test of this system. They were the first held under the new Electoral Code and cemented the results of Ukraine's landmark decentralization reforms. The organizers had to overcome a lot of challenges, including those posed by the COVID-19 pandemic. But despite this, the elections were deemed highly successful by local and international authorities. This success, your success, is a tribute to the coordinated work of civil society, the Central Electoral Commission, and the other government agencies and partners involved. But we know, of course, that there is much, much more work to be done. In fact, electoral reform is a living and breathing process. It requires constant attention and protection to ensure citizens' voices are always heard. That's true here in Ukraine, and it's true back in my home country in the United States, where we're constantly in the process of electoral reform. So this forum is really an opportunity to discuss exactly what needs to be done, how to do that, how to protect and give attention to the right to vote. Future elections need enhanced transparency and improved oversight of campaign finance, and more work is needed to assure equitable access for voters with disabilities, just as a few examples. Now, we also know that last year, authorities decided to postpone elections in 18 conflict-affected communities in the Donbas region. This essentially disenfranchised more than 400,000 Ukrainians. So we urge authorities to engage in consultations with key stakeholders to ensure that the criteria for these decisions are transparent and well communicated for citizens, and that these elections are scheduled at the earliest possible opportunity. Now, G7 ambassadors have called on Ukraine to apply the lessons learned from the last year's local elections to further finalize electoral reform and ensure that the next regular elections in 2023 are equally as fully free and fair. At USAID, we are committed to helping all of you achieve this goal, working together with you, our partners, as well as other development partners here in Ukraine. So on behalf of USAID and our whole team and our amazing implementing partners like OPORA, I'd like to thank all of you for your role in moving electoral reform forward. We are very proud at USAID to be your partner, and we look forward to more accomplishments in the coming years. Дуже дякую. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim, for your systematic support. And democracy is not a state of being, it's a process of becoming. That's why we have to be on the same page, and we have to work as partners, good partners in the future. I hope so. So our next speaker, наш наступний speaker, це
Our
представник...
next speaker is the representative of the European Union, specifically of the EU delegation, Mr. Artur Hebal, the head of political department. Since the initiative of the civil network OPORA, especially in the area of human rights, since we have the ombudsman for voting rights, and we have enjoyed the support from the EU delegation in the past several years, and we are grateful for that. Therefore, we would like to pass the floor to the representatives of the EU delegation for the welcome address. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to hear you, and it's a pleasure to hear how you appreciate our joint work.
So many thanks for inviting us to this forum as well. And we, together with our colleagues, as mentioned by our US colleague, we are proud that we can support you, can support OPORA and other civil society organizations in Ukraine, which are very active, very professional, and we are proud to be kind of on your side on this one in promoting the electoral reform and the democratic standards in this era of elections. I join colleagues' assessment, what you just said, that we also note considerable progress regarding the electoral legislation, electoral reform, and elections as such in Ukraine. It's really a pleasure to know that in past few years, Ukraine has been holding elections overall in line with international standards. This was evidenced by numerous observations missions, in particular, of course, OEC, ODIHR, but number of others missions, and this is something we need to note and stress. Then, in terms of electoral reform, is also very good to see the constant and steady progress on this issue. The adoption of Electoral Code, I think, was a clear step forward to this end, also to the harmonization of the electoral rules in Ukraine. And this was heavily and very actively promoted by you and a number of civil society organizations in Ukraine. So this is also clearly your success, and we are very much thankful to your job for this one. Nevertheless, as also mentioned, we also think that there is always time to learn the lessons and to work on further improvements. So last year local elections, as well as of course previous elections, give, I think, as a good material to further work on this one. And of course you are following this very closely, and this is something that we also support. So it's good that there is this initiative also in the parliament with a working group that is open to a number of Ukrainian stakeholders on this issue, and NGOs and international partners that can work further on the improvements of the electoral legislation. I think that's a very timely and very important initiative. And of course, we support it both politically and also at the operational level. And it's also, I think, an important sign of political commitment to this issue that we are following. So we will be supporting, of course, these further improvements, which are important. Looking also at the program of the forum, I think that's also another element that needs to be flagged. A number of stakeholders were invited to the forum, and I think the readiness to have such an open dialogue on this quite complicated, I think, and sophisticated issues is also something which is commendable, and I think that this is very, very good and timely endeavor. So let me just maybe mention some related legislation that we are following closely, and I think that also requires attention. So a part of the changes to the Electoral Code, I think it's worth noting that the work on the law on national referenda adopted in January, as well as law on the local referenda, and of course on the draft law on the political parties, which is now under review of Venice Commission on year. We will following this closely and hope that these processes will be equally transparent and open for further dialogue and discussions. So with this, I think I stop. Again, thank you very much for your effort, your activities, and all the NGOs in Ukraine, which are topical, I think, to this end. And I wish you a constructive and productive discussions during these 2 days of the forum. We will follow this also with colleagues with interest, of course. Yeah, we wish all of us and you fruitful coming months on the work on the improvements of the electoral legislation. I think I stop here. Thank you very much all.
Дякую за ваші вітальні слова, і ми обов'язково будемо слідкувати за тим, що
Thank you very much for your opening remarks. We will definitely follow closely whatever is happening in Ukraine, and we really hope that the European Union, as a close neighbor and unyielding partner of Ukraine, will not only follow the developments in the area of economy, social affairs, and politics, but also the voting rights reforms and the electoral reforms. So hope to see you later, and we are ready to continue our marathon.
Зробили набагато менше, ніж потрібно, але десь зробили навіть більше, ніж могли.
Виборчий кодекс – це однозначно перемога.
We have attained significant progress. The Electoral Code is a victory indeed. It opens up multiple windows of opportunity for further reforms and achievements in our society. In 2008, 2010, we had the active work in this field. A working group was established, and it drafted the document that became a basis for further improvement by the current and previous convocations. It was like a lottery because we didn't really have enough votes, 226 votes. That was the number that we were able to see on the screen. 226 in favor. The decision has been made. It came as a shock for everyone, so everyone's eyes teared up. It was a surprise indeed. We have a document
as an output, and we have to promote and advertise it further. And it's an issue of political nature, because back then, not all the parliamentary factions were supportive of these ideas. We had a multitude of negotiations and talks. There were countless working groups within the parliament of Ukraine. Those were interfaction groups involving the heads of political parties and factions in the parliament. That was the most challenging thing. We had a new president, Volodymyr Zelensky, and from day zero, he claimed that he was supportive of the idea of open party lists, the proportional electoral system. So there were no problems in that regard. There was the support of our faction, the support of other factions as well. There were 330 votes during the voting for the Electoral Code, if I'm not mistaken. 330 votes in favor. The decision has been made, so the law is adopted as a whole. We didn't really have any specific issues on this pathway. As for the application of the electoral system, that's a different matter. And this is one of the focus areas of the parliamentary working group. It's up to them to analyze the effectiveness of this approach. The introduction of the electoral system based on open party lists was a little bit too late. But still, it's a natural step from the majoritarian electoral system to the proportional electoral system, but we had this intermediary step of the mixed electoral system, so open party lists were a logical step. 10 years of reforms, intensive work on the Electoral Code, quite significant progress, but not really a breakthrough. We've had a multitude of sessions and working group meetings. It's time to sum up. The high quality regulation of voting rights in Ukraine are not perfect procedures, but in 2018, we received 8.25 out of 10 possible in the annual democracy index by the Economist Intelligence Unit in the category voting procedures and plurality. So basically, we are almost a full-fledged democracy. Positive accomplishments include electoral reforms, irreversibility of punishment for voting offenses. This is something that is already a reality. The process of drafting regulations and citizen engagement in the process. We still have some bribery, corruption, and interventions, but our elections have become more open and transparent. But do stakeholders share this perspective? I fully agree that one important component or even a breakthrough was the liberalization of the procedure for changing your voting address. It's an upside that everyone has the right to vote right now, despite their place of residence, of their place of registration. For me, as the head of the Central Election Commission, it was not appropriate to challenge or complicate the voting rights of citizens depending on their place of residence. While talking about the gender quota during the 2020 local elections, we can state that gender quotas did work. More women were able to participate in the electoral campaign, in the electoral race, and as a result, we have more women in the local authorities at different levels. Based on the civil network OPORA's study conducted in February this year, we surveyed 290 female candidates, and 98% responded that the decision to participate in the electoral campaign was their personal decision, and only about 2% of women responded that they were helping their friends and acquaintances to fill this gender quota. So basically, they were technical candidates. What are some other things that we need to work hard on? We need to explore the effects of the electoral reform at local level. We also need to study the campaign finance, the openness and publication of electoral data. We also need to explore the issue of conducting local elections and other elections on the government-controlled and non-government controlled areas. And there are multiple other issues that require further refinement. We have to track down the number of electoral crimes registered within each constituencies and how many of them ended up in courts. This is something that we studied, and only 16% made it up in courts. We drafted a comprehensive document. This is a tool that can be effective and that will definitely enhance the capacities of the National Police to investigate electoral crimes. This draft law was registered as a government document. We were really delighted, 82-70, but unfortunately this draft law was not supported by the Parliament of the 8th Convocation. In July of 2020, together with some amendments in the Electoral Code, we succeeded in ensuring that the relevant amendments in the Criminal Code and the Code of Ukraine on Administrative Offenses be made. Important focus areas for future discussions on elections in Ukraine will be as follows. First of all, the role of innovative technologies in the organization and conduct of the electoral process. I don't really want to go into discussions about electronic elections or internet voting, but in general, the society will have to give thorough thought to how innovative and state-of-the-art technologies can be used as part of the electoral process. The societal realities are not in line with the principle of the electoral processes that are recognized globally. For example, the activities of the mass media. Therefore, our task is to harmonize this reality and election standards. We will have to fill in this gap and rectify this issue within our legislation. We also need to expand the voting rights and access of citizens to voting, because if citizens don't have equal access to voting, not only is it fraud, but it's also a violation of one of our fundamental rights. In March this year, the relevant parliamentary working group will have to answer innumerable questions. Democracy has numerous manifestations, and we also need to think about that. Imperfect laws are adopted by imperfect people, but still it's all about the parliamentary will, it's all about also the timeliness of the decisions that are made. See you later. Greetings, everyone. The topic of my speech is the value of choice, and I will try to reflect on whether choice has value, on whether we are doomed to have a choice, do we have the right not to choose, and what does it mean in our modern world, in particular in Ukraine. When we're talking about choice from a philosophical perspective, there's another important category that has to be factored in. This is the category of freedom. As practical philosophers in the area of morality and ethics, we always talk about the freedom of choice. And in this regard, we find ourselves on a slippery slope in dangerous waters, because basically we're shifting to the topic of freedom of speech, and this is the discussion that has been ongoing since the ancient civilizations, since ancient Greece. And there are several intellectual dimensions about the possibility and impossibility of freedom. It's obvious that there's another category that is contrasted to freedom, which is necessity. If we have a look at the origins of our intellectual culture in ancient philosophy, then we need to mention one ancient Greek philosopher, Democritus, and he said that everything in this world is preconditioned by necessity, not by chance. And even if we receive something by chance, it's only because we're not really aware of the entire chain of necessity that results in this chance. So there's no such concept as chance. A chance is basically the intersection of various chains of necessity. But then the question is whether there is any room for freedom and freedom of choice in this system of coordinates. You might think that no, but at the same time, we can contrast such concept as theology, the study of goals. So our deeds, our actions are conditioned not only by certain reasons, but by those goals that speak out to us from the future. There's more room for freedom from this perspective. But at the same time, we can take even this study to extreme. We can also claim that goals precondition us regardless of our will. So there is some conception or idea, we can call it nature, we can also be talking about God's idea or conception, and it doesn't really matter whether reasons or goals determine our actions and deeds. But nevertheless, there's no room spared for freedom as such. There's another concept or perspective that we can include, boundary authoritarianism, but I believe that it's manifested in the 19th century. Schopenhauer and Nietzsche are the two philosophers who used to claim that in our world, one of the key principles is irrational will. And at first sight, you might think that there's room for freedom here, because if we're not talking about individual will of each separate person, if we're talking about will as a global principle, then this will makes decisions for us. It has an irrational impact on our choices, on our freedom, and in this way, it basically destroys our freedom and freedom of choice. But I would like to go back to ancient times. We're talking about the theology, teleology, and about this reasons versus goals. And there's another religious and philosophical concept, idea, or notion, which is the idea of God. It's clear that in our European tradition, this idea has its roots in Christianity. If we believe the British historian of the 20th century, Mr. Tomby, Europe is where the ancient legacy is and some version of Christianity. And there's one plot story in Christianity that determines our intellectual and political culture, which is the storyline of individual immortality and individual survival or salvage. It turns out that each of us is responsible for their own souls, for their immortal souls. And each of us, depending on our choices of what to do or not to do in our lives, opt for their own destinies and fates, not only in this world, but in eternity as well. Of course, this idea in Christianity is in conflict with the idea of a divine prophecy or vision, because if God knows everything in advance, and if God knows what is going to happen, then where's the room for our will and freedom of choice for us? And then from this religious perspective, this stance is still present and ingrained in our society. It's important for religious philosophy, once again, this contrast of necessity versus freedom. Some people might think that there is some sort of absolute being that determines everything, guided by necessity. But once again, the question is, where is the room for freedom and freedom in choice in particular? If I don't have any freedom of choice, if I don't really choose how to live, then there's no individual responsibility. And if there's no individual responsibility, there's no sin. And as you understand, there is yet another internal conflict if we look at things from this viewpoint. But what matters to me is that this Christian tradition places emphasis on another important category of philosophy and morality, which is the topic of responsibility. Since ancient times until today, the notion of responsibility has been closely linked to the notion of freedom and freedom of choice in particular. I bear responsibility for what I choose. Is I'm free, if responsible, I'm free. If I'm free, I'm responsible. If I'm responsible, then this is the only condition for me having the right or the claim for freedom. I think that these issues are still really pertinent. And there's one famous formulation that belongs to Spinoza. Havel is the researcher who mistakenly took credit for it, but he just repeated Spinoza's statement. Freedom is the recognized or realized necessity. And it means that I can freely choose what to do or what not to do in this world. And now let's shift to the 20th century philosophy. There's an even more paradoxical statement about this correlation between necessity and freedom. Mr. Sartre, the philosopher of the 20th century, said that we are doomed to be free. We don't really pick whether to choose or not to choose. Even our denial to choose is a choice as well. And in this regard, we can also bring up some political issues of the 20th century. And this is something that has a direct impact on our cultural, moral, and political situation in Ukraine. The question is whether we can not choose, whether we can say no to freedom, in particular, no to freedom of choice. If we believe Mr. Sartre, then the paradox is that rejection of freedom, rejection of choice is a choice as well. It's a free choice of people because people are doomed to be free. I don't really choose whether to be free or not to be free. I'm free based on nature or based on God, depending on what you believe in. And it will have its direct implications, political and moral ones. We all share this experience. We have this experience of living in a totalitarian state, and we have some powerful autocracies around us. And quite often, the strategy of justifying those people who used to live or still live in totalitarian regimes or authoritarian regimes is that there was no choice. This is a very typical excuse that is leveraged. We had to live this way. We didn't really have any other choice. And according to Mr. Sartre, it's a fallacious strategy of choice because we are free, we can make choices, and we can freely choose slavery. And this is another paradox of freedom. People can choose not to have a choice. So basically they can reject choice and freedom of choice. And in the current society, there's another category that is in conflict with freedom, which is the concept of security. And there are a lot of manipulations around this topic in the current information space. Say no to freedom, and then we will be able to provide you with safety and security. And it's clear from the hands-on experience, and it is corroborated by famous philosophers and humanitarians of the 20th and early 21st century. It's all false. It's a fallacy. It's a perceived contrast, because if you say no to freedom, sooner or later you will say no to safety. And all totalitarian and authoritarian regimes speculate around this issue. And it leads us to the issue that I raised at the very outset of my speech, the value of choice and whether choice has any value, whether we are free to choose, and how are we supposed to do that. I mean all sorts of choices, existential choices, choices of your own fate, profession, any choices pertaining to your future. And of course, I also factor in political choices when we as citizens of a specific country decide the political future of our nation and our country.
It is obvious that in this context, there could be various positions. You might say it is not relevant for me at all. Choice is not of value for me. I do not choose to choose, so to say. And here again, we face another fundamental misconception, which is termed in social philosophy as a negative action. It is also the action. Rejecting the choice is also the choice. When you reject your right and your responsibility and obligation to choose your lifestyle, to choose your occupation, to choose your fate, or the political regime in the country you live in and your children are going to live, this is also your choice. You choose to do this, whether consciously or unconsciously. So we're not talking about whether to choose or not to choose. We should rather be talking about how to exercise this. What do we rely on in doing that? Which values shall we implement and incorporate into our choices? And there is another trap, because we are the creatures, the beings who are limited in time. You know, when we compare our biographies to the history of the world, we will find it difficult to anticipate the implications of our choices. And on the other hand, we are bound to choose things at every other moment of our lives. And we would often not realize what the choices would imply. What piece of advice could I give to myself, actually, because I am addressing myself in the first place? How do I act in this specific situation? Because you would always address yourself in these reflections. How do you choose if you don't know how to choose and what to choose? And here we can take various perspectives of choice and on choice. And here I would like to add another important category to continue the conversation. This is the category of intersubjectivity. We need to realize that we, the humans, are the intersubjective beings. We live along with the same beings around, and we share the world with them, with the other people, with the other human beings. Therefore, any choice I make is not only about me, but it is also about the great many of other people, not only those living next to me, but also those who will live after me. There is therefore another important category that shall be raised here. This is the category of the ethical, because it also includes the political dimension. We were talking about the value of choice, the value of freedom. However, the conversation about values, it does imply the conversation about the supreme highest value. What is the highest supreme value of human life? And here we should think back of the ethical, because it is happiness. This is the highest value of human life. But it is interesting to refer to Aristotle, who is talking about the three preconditions when happiness is not possible. This is a person who doesn't have the noble parents, the ugly person, or the person who does not have the descendants they would be proud of, and the descendants that would be proud of you as your ancestor. However, when we talk about, this noble origin or ancestors, this is not literal. The fact is, we should understand this in the sense that I cannot be happy if my ancestors did not deserve to be proud of them, like they were the indecent people or anything. When we're talking about this ugliness or the beauty or handsomeness because this is also very relative, because Aristotle found Socrates very handsome even though he was not objectively. But when we talk about the descendants, when we talk about the biological descendants like the children or the children by children and this never-ending generations that will go on, we don't mean that. We're talking about the people who are going to live in this world after I die, who are going to inherit this world from me and my generation. Whatever we interpret these categories about, when we talk about the descendants of the ancestors and how do we refer to them, the only conclusion we may deduce is that the person can only be happy when they find themselves around other people and also around other happy people, not about other unhappy people. You cannot be free around the slaves. Therefore, this is the important idea that permeates the entire philosophy I'm referring to. And it is also directly related to our political choices and about the scale of the choice. This is so to say the sound understanding and healthy selfishness. So I will be choosing not only relying on my direct present interests, but I'm making my choices with account for the entire broad intersubjective perspective. I should be thinking of those who have been there before. I should be taking into account the people around me, and also I should be thinking about the people who are going to come next. And there is another fundamental value of the European Western civilization we should talk about. This is the value of solidarity. I may be thinking this or other way. I may be making my choices with account for others only in case I feel solidarity with the others. When I can relate to the others, not only those who are here and now with me, but also with all of those imagined and conceived others in the past or in the future. So here we should understand where we strike this balance, the balance of freedom and the freedom of choice, including and the balance of solidarity. It is something very difficult to understand for people from the authoritarian societies. Also, people with a totalitarian past find it very difficult to understand this, because totalitarian regimes, they optimize the society, they transform the society into the people of mistrust, into the people of distrust. And we should refer to Thomas Hobbes, who said that homo hominus lupus est, like a person is a wolf to another person. And it is a very typical attitude to people from totalitarian societies with a low level of freedom and solidarity. They think of free societies as the societies of hostility. If we think back of Soviet propaganda and how they describe the free world in the Soviet propaganda, they describe it as a horrendous world with hostility all around. But in this respect, we should understand we should make a difference between the world of solidary competitors or rivals and the hostile people, the liberal democratic societies that are trying to find the balance between freedom and solidarity. These are the societies of solidary rivals. Otherwise, there are societies of the optimized enemies reigned by non-freedom, unfreedom, and enemies and hostility. And in this setting, the choice is a problematic category. But when we think back of this idea that I should be choosing not from my individual personal position from here and now, but I should account for the solidary position of the people around me and those who were before me and who will come after me, then if you don't understand this, and the society does have the total distrust and unfreedom, then these choices would not be possible in these settings. And here we should be raising another key issue, which is relevant for all over the world and for Ukraine specifically. This is the problem or the issue that could be described in the following question. How could we, and whether could we, feel solidarity with people who are not aiming at solidarity, who do not want the solidarity? How would you feel solidarity with people who are consciously rejecting the freedom? I believe solidarity with the slaves does not pose the possibilities and opportunities for the free future for the generations, for the future generations. It does degrade our current situation and it does degrade our future. But also, we should face it that in the human history, in the history of civilization, this question, this issue of whether it is important to feel the solidarity and to seek for solidarity for the sake of survival and for the sake of common happiness, this question has always been degraded and neglected. And if we think of the history of the 20th century, we can see many horrendous events that disable solidarity, that disable freedom and humaneness. And here I'm talking to the horrible events of the middle 20th century, like the Second World War, the Holocaust, the genocides. And these crimes were committed both by the Nazi and by the communists. We could think back of our national history, the history of the Holodomor, the famine, as multiple as they were. After the Second World War, we faced another issue, whether humanity has the ability to feel the solidarity. Can we think of ourselves as of the mankind, as of the humanity, whether this solidarity is able to provide the free, happy future for us after all of the turbulence of the Second World War, the Nazi and the communism, whether we could conceive of this after this atrocity. When we think about another philosopher who was writing in Czech and in German, Jan Patočka, who said literally something, it's difficult to translate, but this is the poetic metaphor he uses describing the solidarity which is perplexing. And all of the representatives of the Western civilization after the Second World War, they were really perplexed and flooded with the contradictions of the atrocities that have been happening. But after these events, there was something to share for all of the people. I mean, the humans who still felt something humane. They shared one thing. It was the atrocities, the horror they were struck with, the violence that swept Europe in the beginning of the 20th century. So this solidarity of the struck, perplexed people, they generated another notion, another approach. If we think of the European Union, it did start from the reconciliation of the two eternal opponents, because what they arranged about signified the solidarity. I mean, France and Germany, because this was the illustration of how people could come together and choose their future together. Is this the recipe for us? Probably yes. to a certain respect. But we should also keep in mind that the political nations, the European political nations, they really suffered all of these tests of nationalism, of Nazism, of fascism, and France and Germany of the second half of the 20th century are liberal democracies, in fact. And this is something that brought them together. And here we may pose another question, probably the rhetorical question. What do we do in this situation that we have? We have the war raging that would be fluctuating, either more active or less active, the war with Russia, which is the modern autocracy by all means. There are certain democratic institutions declared, but they are only imitating the democracies. Probably this is one of the last empires, the failing or unhappy empires. So we can pose this question. When we choose our future, are we able to strike the solidarity and to reach the solidarity with the citizens of that country? And are they the citizens in the literal sense of this word? Because a citizen is a free, responsible person. And we might answer this question in several ways. These people are not just the people living on the other side of the border or on the other side of the front line. These are the people who are living by the Soviet totalitarian past they are not able to get rid of. They are considering their future from that perspective. In terms of cultural, historical, mental, and emotional links, they are still related to that past empire. What do we do in this situation? How do we describe our current situation, therefore? How do we choose in this situation? How do we feel the solidarity with these people for the sake of the common future? Are we able to do this? Can we do this at all? These questions are overcomplicated, and I cannot offer any answers to you, because I believe philosophy does not usually offer simple answers to the complicated questions or otherwise. When we talk about the philosophical perspective and in the philosophical discourse, we are trying to discuss the complicated questions, but we are not providing the answers. We are rather deducing and generating more complicated questions. In my input, I try to outline the map of values that could help us talk about the free choices and about the freedom of choice and the value of choice. And this map does include the fundamental values of European civilization, such as freedom in the first place. But freedom also implies necessity and responsibility. Responsibility entails not only responsibility to yourself, but the responsibility to others, to the such-like persons. The responsibility entails solidarity with other people. When you feel solidarity with others, we need to be aware the reason. If we trust the Aristotle, then the highest value of our life, the individual and the common life, is the value of happiness. But the happiness is not possible on your own in an isolated setting. Happiness is only achievable around the same people who are having this solidarity with you. And if we have these preconditions in place, then we can hope to be able to reach another important value of our civilization, which is the value of safety. Why is it important? Because last but not least, it is something that is probably most important is the value of life, because we are getting to understand it further and better, that life is not only the value, but this is the possibility to talk about any values, the value of choice, including if you kill life, then you don't have this possibility to choose or the reasons to choose. So the entire system of values that sets the basis for the European civilization, I believe, is incorporated into this entire system, which is based on life. And the last thing I would like to say when we talk about the values is that discussing the values, we might get on the slippery slope and start talking about interests. And I believe this is something that could help us describe our choices and political choices, including, do we choose our system of values, or are we choosing and electing according to our system of interest? And I believe this discussion is therefore shifting to the practical domain. And when we talk about the European societies and our society, we are asking this question: what is more important? Are these interests or values? And there is a huge temptation to start talking about these other things. So when we talk about choices, whether political or existential, we could be talking from the point of view of interest. Why would I choose this or that? Why would I choose to do this or not to do that? Why would I choose certain political entities or certain politicians? Because they help meet my interests. However, this is the Marxist idea, after all, because we are unfree. When we talk about this opposition of the freedom and necessity, we are not free in our activities, and there is no freedom as such, because we are usually motivated by our interests, mostly economic interests. Therefore, any choices would rather be meeting these interests depending on which group of society we belong to. Therefore, we are not usually able to think aside of our interests, at least in the sense that Marx implied. And it is a very tricky temptation and trap to fall into, because we might not say we don't have the interests and the political choices are not based on the interests, economic interests including. However, if we keep forgetting of these issues when we talk about the values and when we talk about interests only, this way we are destroying the foundations of society, because whenever we are pursuing our individual selfish interests, then the system of values based on which we are living in this society, which also helps human beings feel the dignity. This category of human dignity is also very important. Think back of the name that we had for our revolution, like the revolution of dignity. So whenever we start to pursue our personal interests and forget about the value, we lose our dignity. And that means that we are doomed to be the human beings who are only thinking about their human nature.
Всім доброго дня. Ми починаємо, чи ми ще когось чекаємо, бо
Good
то вже є.
morning, everyone. Are we still waiting for someone? Because it's already 11:05. Dear colleagues, we will definitely continue. We're going to have a panel discussion on the discourse of the suffrage. We have just had a presentation on the value of choice, and now we will talk to some cynical individuals. Politicians, whether they want it or not, have to be cynical and take things with a pinch of salt. So we will be talking about passive suffrage and how citizens received access to the representative mandate. This is something that we are going to discuss with politicians. We have Alexander Korniyenko, the head of the Servant of the People political party, Ms. Alena Shkrum, member of the parliamentary faction of the Batyivshchina party. We also have Lviv City Mayor Andriy Sadovy online. We also have Chernihiv Mayor Vladislav Atroshenko online. It would be great to have another mayor from the eastern part of Ukraine, but unfortunately, because of the political situation and some other reasons, we were not able to invite other politicians. We also have here in the studio Mr. Fursenko, first deputy head of the executive directorate of the All Ukrainian Association of Communities. It's a collegial body that represents communities. And we also have Mr. Alexander Neberekut, analyst of the civil network OPORA. He will try to provide us with some statistical answers on politics, in particular access to politics. I would like to say a couple of words. When the proportional electoral system was introduced, political parties received some sort of monopoly on the nomination of their candidates. 41.2% of candidates were elected in territorial electoral districts. So people or citizens voted for them directly in the ballots, and 58.8% are the politicians or MPs that were elected based on party lists. So citizens do not give them enough votes, and so they were selected based on the party list. The local self-government bodies were renewed by over 80%, so we have multiple new faces at local level. If we're talking about the mayoral elections, the competition was tight, and we also have 43 municipalities where the gap was 20%, and some municipalities where the gap was 5% or even less. About 22 municipalities like that. We have 52 politicians who did not receive a single vote from citizens, but they were elected nevertheless. And there were multiple issues about rayon elections, because in some communities we didn't have local elections. I'm talking about Luhansk and Donetsk regions, Severodonetsk Rayon Council. There's one politician there who received 638% of the required votes. So basically, he passed this election threshold by 6.38 times. But anyway, this is something that we're going to discuss in greater detail. I'm going to start with my first round of questions. We will start with Alexander and then Ms. Alena Shkrum. The civil society has been debating for 10 years what this open electoral system should look like. We want to have competition inside political parties, but we also want to pursue some of our interests. Vakhtang, in his keynote speech, talked about the interests that have to be harmonized. So were these interests harmonized with the interests of the political parties? Because basically the political parties reviewed the electoral system in terms of electoral quotas and some other issues, because all the political actors sat at the same table, they put all their chips on the table, and they tried to reach consensus. And as far as we understand, this consensus pertained to the replication of the proportional system throughout Ukraine. Did you reach consensus there? Good morning, everyone, whoever is in. I really hope that the current pandemic is in our favor, that there are more people watching us online. I'm not really sure about the motivation of other colleagues. We can also ask Alena, present here, because the Batьківщина party has always been a driving force behind this process, because it's a party that has multiple local and regional organizations throughout Ukraine. We are a young party in comparison with some other parliamentary parties, with the exception of the Holos Voice Party. We were thinking about all these issues along the strategic lines. We tried to understand how to build these processes for the next 5 years to the benefit of our voters. And we believe that voters benefit when there is a multiplication effect. And usually it starts in the 2nd year, and then by the 5th year, it can either become positive or negative. What am I talking about? The local council can either become poorly capable because of the internal political processes. We had cases like that in the past when for months and years village and town councils did not convene, or this multiplication effect can be of positive nature, and the local council will ramp up their capacities and their endeavors. We had one hypothesis, and we are still in the middle of testing this hypothesis. The local councils have been working for only half a year. If we structure it at political level, if we devolve more powers and authorities to people, then we believe that this multiplication effect will be more positive, because the local council will have more responsibility to their people, to political forces, to all people at various levels. Because some people from communities can be represented in the Parliament of Ukraine or some other public institutions. But this choice requires one specific thing that currently only our party is doing, which is systematic work in between the elections. If you have been following the news, we had a large-scale Congress recently. We are in the process of restructuring our activities in the regions. We will be doing direct work with local councillors. We have chatbots. We also offer continuous online support to our local councillors. They are on top of our agenda. For example, we have received over 100 requests in support of our political initiatives pertaining to the referendum and some electoral issues. It's a positive outcome of the party-based system application, because otherwise we would not have the same level of activity among citizens. We would not have received the same number of petitions and requests, because there would be no initiative within communities. When we were in the process of adopting the system in the summertime, some people articulated key risks. One of the key risks was that people would not leverage this system. The Polish experience shows that only 15% of people utilized the benefits of this system. Now we can see that in Ukraine, 40% of people are capable of using this system. We have noted another effect that requires further exploration. This average number of 41% varies among the parties. It might come to you as a surprise, but the opposition party was the most open one. The second most open one was the Servant of the People party, even though there are multiple rumors about us being closed. But the purportedly democratic parties did not really receive the same percentage for transparency and openness. And this is something that we need to dig deeper into. I will just illustrate some examples. In one of the cities, we know for sure that one of the mayoral parties. I'm not talking about the cities whose mayors are present here. So in that city, there was one specific situation. There was internal agreement within the party not to compete with one another. So basically, they split their constituency by geographic areas. There was no linkage to territorial constituency, but basically they split, let's say, buildings among each other. But basically then you skew or distort the system and you have this quasi-majority electoral system. Our party consciously said no to that. We told our members, you can campaign wherever you want, however you want, even in each specific building, but do not cross permissible limits. If we talk about larger entities like regional councils or large city councils, apart from this quasi-majorital component, this linkage to specific buildings, there has to be another component. So even within small towns up to 10,000, so this is the number that we agreed on. We decided to have a partization there. Half the communities were still left in the majority electoral system. So we still have this deep partisan penetration, but at the same time, there are multiple possibilities to talk about strategies, political senses, and as a result, these municipalities can shape their internal party elite. I believe that we need to make some changes in the new law on elections. If we want to have such parties, we also need to agree on some red lines and red flags, what they are allowed or not allowed to do, because we're talking about nationwide or all Ukrainian parties, but half of such parties are represented only in one region or one municipality. But the upside is that we have this political structure. For example, there is a party that defends the interests of the Chernihiv region, and we will hear more from the Chernihiv mayor, Vladislav, about it. And I believe that there has to be a political force in that region that will be doing that. As an all-Ukrainian political force, we want nationwide parties to have more significance and weight. So that's briefly it on my part. We will have another discussion on political parties. So you believe that you have accomplished your strategic objective through this proportional electoral system. Yes, at the first stage, I'm not really sure whether we have attained the higher quality of local councils. This is something that we will be able to see in about 1 year after the local elections. We will have to analyze the performance of those councils that were formed as a result of the 2020 local elections. There's a group of MPs that filed a case to the Constitutional Court of Ukraine because they believe that some of these amendments were unconstitutional. But what about your opinion? You submitted the appropriate opinion, right? Well, we haven't really submitted it. We are still finalizing it. It will be legitimate and democratic. What is your forecast? I would not really make any forecasts about the resolutions of the Constitutional Court. It's like in soccer, you have these dark horses. So I don't really want to make any forecasts. There are no legal grounds there because the system is determined by the Parliament of Ukraine. It's within our area of competence. So they believe that it's a legal issue, but I think that this complaint is of a pure political nature because it flies in the face of all programs, the programs of all political parties represented in the Parliament of Ukraine. Our party, the Holos Voice Party, they all were in favor of the cancellation of the majority system. We also have Ms. Alona Shkrum present here from the Batyivshchina party. You are Alexander's colleague in the parliament, and the Batyivshchina political party is one of the oldest and most systematic ones in terms of on-site activities. You are not a new project, you are not a newly established or initiated political group. Have you realized your objectives and goals as a result of the local elections and the recent changes, because you have been standing for the proportional electoral system, and you also wanted the list of candidates to be reviewed on a regular basis. Do you believe that this system is sufficiently open and transparent? And what is the assessment of your political party of the constitutionality or unconstitutional nature of this system? Good morning, everyone. I really hope that you can hear and see me well, and I really hope that we all are healthy and safe despite the third wave of the pandemic. Have we accomplished our objective? Interrupt me if needed, but I will try to go through those risks and threats that have been articulated, whether our negative predictions came true, because we don't really want to use the imperative mandate to recall people or to move people around. I partially agree with Mr. Korniyenko that it is all contingent on the activities of the local councils, on their performance. I think that not enough time has passed since the 2020 local elections for us to state that the system is effective, that everything is working. We will see it in 1 or 2 years, in particular when we face some serious crisis situations. Then we will be able to see whether the system is effective, whether there are any irregularities or abuse. I believe that we are a circle of friends, and frankly speaking, this law has been more effective than expected. You might know that I didn't really vote for those changes. It was a compromise, and we were not really fully satisfied. The Batyivshchina political party supported this compromise. I didn't vote in favor, but this law has worked better than I expected. So some of my fears and concerns have been alleviated. So let's get to the substance. The election quota, 25%, 20%, or even below 5%. Ola, you have already mentioned some numbers. 60% of citizens that were elected based on the party list, so they did not obtain above 20% of votes, and about 40% were promoted up the party list. Should we reduce the quota? You have some great studies, because we can have completely open party lists. For example, if I have by 1% more votes, I can be promoted up the party list, but it's not really appropriate because only 6% of MPs received 0 to 5 or 6%. So if we had the quota 25, 20, and less than 5, then we would definitely have some changes. But I think that for the first time, for the first run, 25% was the optimal number, and I really hope that this political discussion will continue in the future. There were some people who received 0% votes, and there are some controversies about the number of lost votes. You always have those situations with open party lists when people vote for candidates, but they never make it through. I had a look at the Lviv City Council. 27% of votes were the votes lost. So people voted for the candidates, but these candidates didn't make it into the local council because of the system. Whether it's an optimal number or not, but it's up to the experts to decide, but I think it's quite a hefty number, but less than I expected. And there are some candidates who received only 36 votes. I'm talking about the Lviv City Council, but they became candidates anyway. And there are some candidates who received quite a lot of votes, but they never made made it into the local council. So this is the shortcoming of the current electoral system, but at the same time, the idea of the electoral system. But I think that we don't really have that many candidates who received votes and those votes were lost. There's also this issue of spoiled ballot papers. We talked a lot about the system being challenging and complex and complicated. There were some last minute changes and amendments, and it was not right to make these amendments that close to the local elections. Mr. Kornienko, you remember that some ballot papers were approved, some mistakes and errors were rectified in the parliamentary committee. There was a complete mess, but despite this mess and chaos and people not understanding how the system was going to operate, the number of spoiled ballots is fewer than expected in comparison with those countries that also introduced open party list. Only about 7% at national level, and I expected the number of compromised ballots to be more. At the same time, we have some regions with quite a big number. For example, in Chernivtsi region, up to 29%. It was a matter of electoral fraud and rigging, but this national percentage of 7 is not too bad. It's clear that we have to be more adept at campaigning, at explaining to people how to vote, how to make their choice. The possibility of partization at local level was another issue. So potentially it can pose a big threat because people will not be dealing with the local self-government issues where we don't really have appropriate local policies, so there might be too much room for politics there. I'm not really sure about those threats. This is something that we will see on the eve of the next local elections. As you mentioned, as Mr. Kornienko mentioned, we have multiple regional partisan projects. I had a look at the stats on the political elite. The Batkivchina political party has organizations almost in each village, unlike other political forces in Ukraine. Whether we can call them partisan projects or not depends on whether these parties will receive mandates at the next elections. But clearly enough, we believed it right that we will have this gradual partization at local level. And as a result, we have some local and regional political parties. Did we expect that the mayors of large cities would not really lean towards large all-Ukrainian parties like the opposition platform or the servant of the people? We didn't really expect it. They started creating their own parties. 45 local parties, according to the stats. These are those parties that are represented only in one region or several municipalities, obtained 18% of all the mandates throughout Ukraine. So basically we have this parade of local parties. It's important to comprehend that we also have mayors of regional centers. 7 out of 22 nominees were representatives of the local parties, not all Ukrainian political parties. And there's an issue here. We still need to observe and see whether it's an ongoing continuous trend, or maybe it was just a conflict spawned by this new legislation and the newly incorporated changes. So let's see how things pan out in the future. So the question is whether the open party lists have worked. I think more yes than no. Is there a need to review this quota of 25%? Most likely yes, but we all still need to observe the developments at local level. Do we have some risks pertaining to spoiled ballot papers, regional parties or local political parties? Yes, such threats exist. Is there a risk of having lost some votes? Yes, but not to the on the scale expected. I know that some changes and amendments are being drafted for the new legislation, and I really hope that this newly established working group will be actively engaged. As for this complaint to the Constitutional Court, I'm not really sure about whether there's any substance there, but any decision of the Constitutional Court will be legitimate anyway. I mean, the only thing we will have to do is to bring something in line with the legislative framework, and I really hope and rely on the support of the civil network OPORA. Thank you very much, Alena, for being familiar with our reports and stats. Alexander might not even have anything to add because half the numbers have been mentioned. But most importantly, the Batьківщина political party is still in favor of open party lists, so you don't want to be closed. And some people are saying that they will not allow you to do that, and we are fully supported there because there has to be open and transparent competition among the candidates from various political parties. Stay with us. We are about to give the floor to our mayors.
They are representing the cities with the over 75,000 of voters, both Mr. Sadovay and the mayor of Chernihiv. They were running the campaign, but the difference is that Mr. Troshenko really won in the first round as compared to other candidates. So I would like to ask the question, what do you think is the threat of participation? Because I believe even when you talk about the mandate that you received and taking the oath in the council, it was still attributed to the participation, because even after winning the race, you were not confident, as we know from the open mass media, that you were not sure you would be able to take the oath within the short time, taking into account that the local council had already had the meeting and the election commission had already fulfilled their function. Is there the threat to self-government in the participation, or is it rather about a more coordinated operations of all of the entities? Do we talk about this in the context of regional policy or local self-governments? Your opinions are very valuable because you are recent to that. Mr. Sadovay. Good morning, dear colleagues. To start with, I would like to express my gratitude to you and to the civil network OPORA, because during the election campaign, you were fair, honest, and frank. This is important to have. Today, we had the colleagues representing the Seventh of the People Party and the Batьківщина Party, and I feel sorry that their colleagues were not able to pass it through to the city council, and because they were on the verge. Do you know the reasons why? Because your parties were running a rather fair election campaign and they were spending their funds in a fair way, because the political force that won the majority in the city council, which is the European Solidarity, they spent about 10 times more funds than they actually declared. In fact, they managed to grab the bigger piece of the pie, and the parties who were fair enough failed to do so. To sum up the recent election campaign, I would like to talk about the gaps that we still need to fill. I believe that the number of the deputies in the local authorities is too high. We need to reduce their number at least twice as little, because it's very costly to maintain them, especially all of the unpaid candidates, because, you know, in most countries of the world, the deputies are remunerated for their work. I can see this as illustrated by our session room. There are deputies who are having their business activities, they are working in the active organizations, they don't have enough time to spare for the deputy work. However, there are those who are doing their work on a daily basis, but they may have certain revenues they don't want to declare. So we really need to make this process more transparent to provide the financial grant for that, because I do support the process of the government funding for the parties. I believe this provision has not been perfected yet. and the parties are losing the funding for a certain period of time, like the Servant of the People and others. This is wrong. This is otherwise funded by the people of Ukraine or by the oligarchs who do have their influence. They spent some $100, but they want the return of 100 million, so to say. We are the country, and we have to face it, where oligarchs still have a lot of influence. I mean, the local tycoons do have the influence, and they are able to manipulate and tamper with the opinions in the mass media. Another important aspect I would like to talk about is about the election commissions. The formula that is used for the composition of the election commission proved inefficient. I could use Lviv as the illustration to that. Most of the commission members were actually bought and brought by certain entities. For example, if we talk about the second round, before we had the 50-50 approach to the membership of the commissions from the candidates. Last year, the commissions actually had the same members from the previous rounds of the parliamentary and the deputy elections. Then, when on the election day, it was announced that Sadovay is a front runner with a huge gap, and the decision was made by the Commission to immediately start the oath-taking procedure for the councillors. And then there was this issue, let's not let Mr. Sadovay to power, because they had this larger share of the controlled councillors. However, we did our best to use all of the legal mechanisms to disable that. But this fact, when the councillors, they come to this unrepaired facility wearing, their T-shirts wherever, and they were voting by raise of hands, etc. So it really was a poor sight, and it's a huge damage to the reputation, of the authorities. And we need to improve that. Another important aspect is about the process of electing the city mayors in general. We have the case of Lutsk, where the former Lutsk city mayor passed away, and they didn't have the mayor for 4 years. And we have another case of Kharkiv, where Mr. Kernos passed away, and we're going not to have the mayor for a year in Kharkiv because, the council, they had the documents to manage things on and on. We do understand that this is just tampering with the situation on the part of various party groups who are striking their private interests. There is another case I would like to refer to in Gdańsk, in Poland, where the mayor was assassinated, and 2 months later they had another election. So we need to fine-tune our law to have the definitive, unambiguous interpretation of such situations without any debate around. It is important that we started this conversation right after elections, because it is important to fine-tune, to finalize the election law by the next relevant period, to have it unchanged and unmodified for at least 10 years, because all of these ongoing changes of the law a month or 2 months before the election is not conducive to justice and democracy. Therefore, I would like to express my gratitude to OPORA for your proactive pro-government position. Yes, we are trying to have this position which is oriented at state building. However, I would like to invite another speaker because he's going to leave. I'm also going to leave soon, so I apologize for that. I see your point. I would like you to comment the changes to the law on self-government. Do you think they are going to be synchronized with the working group on the Electoral Code changes? Mr. Sadovay mentioned that it's not only about the electoral law, but also about local self-government. Yes, indeed. And when we talk about these changes, we actually went into the thick fog with that. and the entire process was rather inclusive, over-inclusive rather. Sometimes it yields some unexpected results. I can see these processes as two parallel processes now. We're going to see what is going to happen with these changes time-wise. We do have better understanding of what is going to happen to the election code as such, because by the end of the session, we need to finalize the draft law on the changes and amendments to the code. Probably it will require additional voting in whole, integrally. But when we talk about the last Sunday of October, to be able to enjoy this finalized version of the code, or whether we are going to have the relevant commission to talk about that, I'm not ready to talk about this, but we should be talking about the professionalization of this process, but the government is not ready yet. However, we can take into account the suggestions raised by the Central Election Commission, and Mr. Sadovey rightfully mentioned this important aspect of the politicization of commissions, which is, I believe, unfeasible in the near future. As to certain focal changes related to the distortions and misinterpretations that result with some unconventional situations such as posthumous cases, etc. But it all depends on various court rulings and court decisions, depending on certain territories and certain settings and situations. The Electoral Code is going to take this into account. Also, we are going to have a separate panel that I'm going to moderate. How do we operate in the government-controlled territories of Donetsk and Luhansk regions? We are trying to find the experts. We are going to engage them, respectively, those who are versed in these situations and approaches in other countries, and being able to incorporate the best practices from other countries to manage these cases. However, we shall also take into account the available legal framework on that. I might say that the system is not closed. We are not beating around the bush at all. So what is being discussed in this context and what we are going to talk about during these 2 days, and the positions expressed by the mayors and by the local deputies who are providing their feedback to us, we're going to accumulate all of this information and all of these feedbacks and comments to finalize, to fine-tune the system. On the basis of that, I personally submitted 1,000 requests to the Central Election Commission, and I've received certain answers to this. There is a huge scope of information, the huge volume that we need to process, and we are doing that. In terms of mission, we talk in terms of mission and our contribution, general contribution and input into the election reform. I would like to rather talk about the things that were mentioned by Alona, like we should not be changing things hastily shortly before the elections. I believe that this reform should be the final reform for the longer period of time to last. Of course, it is debatable whether we need to start the changes in the elections of the people's deputies, except for all of these commission distributions. Shall we address this system in general? So far, we can see that in order to have the system open on the level of the country, we need to have the 40% of the ranking, and it shall be densely concentrated in certain regions. This is another question that is related to the big parties operating in certain regions of the country. So we shall still be addressing this issue when we talk about the election quota with a certain level. This is already my ideal fantasizing. Thank you. We are going to have this discussion a bit longer to enable other panel members to speak. Vladislava Troshenko, the Rydny Dym head of party. I have a similar question to you, because Mr. Sadovey faced a certain issue in the recent election, and you have faced different issues. Well, actually, these are not issues, these are the success stories, because your political force, they were not nominating candidates in the big number of hromadas or regions. At the same time, you still managed to score high in the city of Chernihiv. And also, you won the first round in these mayoral elections. Do you think this system was conducive to the exercise of your political ambitions, or did you have other preconditions for these results on October 25? Good morning to everyone. I would like to join the gratitudes expressed by the previous speakers for your event and for being invited here. Unfortunately, Mr. Kornienko had to leave, and there are certain comments related to the legal framework, to the law as such, and this is the most important aspect I would like to raise, because I believe the law shall take into account all of these shortcomings, and they might be improved by the next elections. These are substantial shortcomings. I actually agree with this opinion about the too many changes that are made in a hastily mode. As to the question that you asked, I would like to be more specific about, the secrets to our success. I believe the preconditions to this success is the preliminary work and preliminary performance, the previous performance that we've delivered. I believe that was the most important ground for the choices of people. And there is another aspect related to the legislation, because basically there is another important aspect, because we have the huge drops in the trust levels to the mastodons of the parliamentary activity. I believe it is important to have the higher rankings of such bodies in the local projects, but we also need to highlight the need to have better understanding of the performance of the local actors in the previous periods. Besides, I would like to raise the three following aspects, which I believe are very important to attend to. And I believe we need to finalize them and implement into the legal amendments. First of all, it's about the electoral quota mentioned by other speakers too. Electoral quota is an impetus, is a motivation, but in any case, there are people, and we do have cases like that, we have had them, we have people who found it very difficult to get through to the team of the party, specifically for the Ridny Dim party I represent. I was rather skeptical about seeing their situation. They were highly active campaigning in the regions. They were competing among each other. I mean, our party members, they were fighting for the voters, competing for the voters, and the results were quite unexpected, because they managed to get through to the deputy core, even from the low positions on the list, I mean, in the city council. However, I believe the quota is overflown, and I believe it shall be reduced from 25% down. I'm not talking about the specific numbers. It's not about the numbers, actually, because we can see that the average situation is we had 279, which was the average electoral quota with us. So 25%, if we divide this 5,300 roughly by 4, then we have 1,000 votes, 1,200 votes for the city of Chernihiv. I mean, even the entire region, the entire oblast. So I believe that the electoral quota would be 20%. And we can see that there are many deputies who worked rather hard, but they failed to achieve this 25%. But this is not the most important thing.
Secondary, I believe that it's important to pay attention to the formation of territorial election commissions. It's a well-known fact, and this is something that I publicly communicate to the relevant stakeholders. Quotas are sold, resold. I'm talking about the quotas of non-parliamentary parties and deputy factions. Whopping amounts are paid for these quotas, up to 100,000 USD. And because of the commission, we had dishonest competition. Despite the current legislation, there was an attempt to establish a similar party, Rydne Misto, native town. And this party had some false documents. They organized some fake meetings and congresses, and we submitted the relevant documents to the Territorial Election Commission, including the data we had received from the local investigator. But despite the knowledge of all these irregularities, the Territorial Election Commission nevertheless registered the Rydne Misto party, and we had to go into deep steps and procedures to achieve the revocation of this decision. I believe that there is a need for enhancing the liability of the Territorial Election Commission, the head and the secretary of the TEC for illegitimate or unlawful decisions. Because their stance is as follows: we received this petition and therefore we voted. There's a lot of primitive thinking in TECs. This is something that we have to prevent and stop in the bud. So the procedure for the formation of TECs definitely has to be reviewed, because there is a lot of rigging involved there. Most importantly, it flies in the face of the Constitution. There is a need for some urgent changes in the electoral law. I will illustrate one example and you can do your own math. It's my public request to you. Make some calculations. If in any council we have this 5% threshold, we have some councils with 34 councillors and 9 parties make it into the local council with this 5% threshold. And let's imagine, let's simulate the following situation. 2 parties obtain 51% of citizen votes, and they are capable of establishing a majority either in a local council or in a regional council. Since one vote is protected, these 2 parties that received a majority of votes, 51%, are in minority in terms of the number of deputies, and they cannot really exercise the most democratic principle, the most important democratic principle. So they cannot really establish governance bodies, even though they have a majority of votes, because the remaining 7 parties have these protected seats, and the remaining parties plus 8, according to the legislation, will constitute a majority, and those parties that received 51% of votes will be in minority. There's a desperate need for making some changes in our legislative framework on elections, and this is just one example that I wanted to illustrate. So this is my public request to you. Do some math based on these numbers. You don't have to take 10 parties, maybe 8 or 9 parties, and 2 of them obtain 51% of citizen votes, but nevertheless, they will be in minority in a local council. Thank you very much, Vladislav. One of the MPs has already left, but nevertheless, we will continue working in the working group, and by July, some more amendments will be drafted, and Alexander has already made a mental note that there is a need for further calculations. Mr. Fursenko, you represent the All-Ukrainian Association that works with local self-government bodies systematically. During the recent local elections, various associations at local level protested against this system, in particular in communities with a population of below 10,000. Has your position changed after the 2020 local elections? How satisfied is your association with the outcomes? Do you have any plans? The local self-government bodies have been working for half a year. We still have several months to finalize the amendments, and I don't really think that we will veer back to these changes in the future. Thank you for this question. I would like to join my colleagues and express my gratitude for this great opportunity to communicate the stance of the local communities and the local self-government bodies. Our opinion has only strengthened that it was inappropriate before the local elections to introduce this full and complete partization of the local self-government bodies, because we were talking about free choice and about increased access of people to communities, because we wanted communities to be on an equal footing. We wanted them to be more capable. And as a result of the changes, some settlements lost their representative mandates in the communities, and certain communities are not really capable to have any impact on the appointment of Hromada heads or elders or starostas. And even though starosta appointment consultations were initiated, starostas are appointed based on a party basis. And some communities did not receive their representation at regional and sub-regional levels. The local and rayon councillors do not really represent the interests of those citizens that voted for them. They are just politicians, and they are not really the ones representing the interests of their citizens. And it will definitely impinge on the projects of local development and the project of regional development, because if there are no shared interests at local level, local councils will continue building roads and installing light posts, but they will not be engaged in local development projects like waste treatment facilities, and this is something that is required by the entire local population. Our stance is still unrelenting. We don't really need to introduce these quotas in those communities that have a population up to 90,000, because historically there is some agreement there. Some politicians were nominated by political parties, and small towns and communities faced this situation for the first time, and it was really stressful for them. It's not really about local development and community development, because if you have this imperative mandate, then it's easy for deputies to leverage enormous influence as representatives of specific political parties. I don't really want to take more of your time, so thank you. I'm really sorry, but I'm a very bad moderator because I want to make sure that everyone has a voice, but as a result, we are behind the schedule. Alexander, are there any numbers that are worth adding? Because based on our MP statements, we can see that they read our reports. I will not really go into the thick of things with regard to numbers. I will just emphasize some figures to have them etched in our memories. Can I have my power presentation on the screen, please? I'm fully supportive of the opinion that we need to find a solution to this problem of bribing election commission members. During the local elections, the competition for election commission members was tighter than the competition for mandates. There were multiple parties who nominated their members for election commissions. I think that about 250. So we have multiple parties who did not really nominate any candidates, but they wanted their members to be represented in the election commissions. So it's a market where you can easily purchase and sell things. So you cannot really use this motive of registration. I really like the fact that most of our speakers resorted to numbers, and we need to take into account numbers while reflecting on what needs to be amended and changed, because countless numbers speak to the opposite. The key conclusion is that the system is working. When we were talking about decodification and open party lists, there was one statement circulating. Let's give it a try with the local elections and see how it works. Now we can answer this question. I will communicate some numbers and try to draw some conclusions. It's not even really about where open party lists didn't work. What can we change to make them open and transparent? There are three key areas that are corroborated by figures. I will not be talking about open party lists, it's about this open system. The first barrier is this 5% threshold. There were a lot of parties, especially at regional level, who were on the verge. Is this barrier or threshold fair? Well, on the one hand, it's fair because we have some influential regional and nation-wide parties who received over 4%. Or close to 5%, but they didn't really make it. I fully agree with Vladislav that on average, 7 to 10 political parties. So in terms of limiting the number of political parties in local councils, this threshold did not work. But if we want to create more possibilities for parties to make it into the local councils, so there was some filtration there. You can see two numbers here. One number is 50%. 50% of the candidates who passed this quota threshold. So these are the winning candidates. Some people believed at the very outset of the reform that no one would be able to achieve this threshold. But you can see that among the winning candidates, over half achieved that. But on a whole, 7% of candidates achieved the quota threshold. So this number is quite telling. I need to switch my slides, but I'm not really sure how to do that. Can we have the next slide on the screen, please? I require some technical support. For some reason, the clicker is not working. So that was a statement about electoral quotas. It is a constraint, and we need to give more thought to how to prevent that. 5%. There were no arguments for why 5%. The only argument that was voiced was that people and candidates can mobilize the entire neighborhood or street in their favor, and if they cannot really achieve this quota, they will do that through bribery and fraud. So that's why we decided to introduce this threshold of 25%, but it was not really a limiting factor. Which picture would we have if we had used the 5% threshold? 35% of all candidates would have passed this threshold, and among winning candidates, 92%. I believe that it's very good because with the 25% threshold, all the winners were competing with each other. They all would have passed the electoral quota anyway, and then we would have a more fair split. The third barrier pertains to the allocation of mandates, because some of the mandates are distributed within districts and constituencies, while the remaining ones are distributed within party lists. I don't have comprehensive numbers here, but if we have a look at any local council, and let's say we have some parties who achieved 5, 6, 7%, and if we have a look at how candidates made it into the local council, so most of them did so based on the open party list. Within constituencies, that was true about the candidates from large parties. We cannot really say that this system is to the benefit of small parties because they made it into the local council based on the closed party list. But those parties who did not achieve a hefty percentage did not really depend on the influence of citizens. So you have a party list, you pass the threshold, and you nominate your candidates. And on the other hand, there are some candidates who make it into local councils from constituencies. But what is the problem? I would like to illustrate one more number and finish with it. This percentage makes me be on guard because 34% of candidates in territorial districts did not achieve the threshold. Let's have a look at the previous slide because it's a starting point. So we have this tentative split of 60 by 40. So by 60%, the system is closed, and by 40% is open because we had 40% of candidates in territorial districts. But there is another number, important number. If we have a look at the open part of the system, we will see that 1/3 of these candidates made it into the local councils bypassing the electoral quota. Why did that happen? This is yet another red flag that should stimulate us to continue seeking solutions. Why did that happen? There are two factors that came into play. The quota, if it had been less, they would have achieved it, and then we would not have this problem. But because of the distribution within districts, we have this figure of 34%. So when we take candidates away from territorial districts, the quota is so high, then the party will not have a single mandate. But as a result, you have candidates who are just on top of the party list. They didn't really achieve the quota, but basically these are what we call protected seats in local councils. So we have a whopping number of candidates who made it into the local council just within their territorial districts, but basically they did not make it into the local councils because of the influence of citizens. I really hope that these numbers will become a robust foundation for further recommendations. There's definitely a need for reviewing all the electoral thresholds and quotas to give more leverage and influence to our citizens, because I believe that in light of the recent local elections, the citizens didn't really feel that they have more leverage. And we also need to keep in mind the original idea behind the reform. We want to structure the elections and the electoral processes, but this 5% threshold is not really working. Maybe it's possible to find some other solutions, but I guess it's a topic for a completely separate discussion. Thank you very much for this opportunity to express my opinions. Thank you for all the numbers, Alexander. Some of them were quoted by our politicians. I want to give the floor to Andriy Savchuk, our analyst, and then after Andriy, we will have yet another panel discussion with the fantastic females, because we will be talking about equal access for men and women.
Welcome everyone, I am Andriy Savchuk, and within these 5 minutes we're going to talk about the gender quota and how it worked in the local elections in 2020. The first and most important thing is that this election was unique in itself, because this 100% electoral quota was first included into the law, and the parties did not have way to avoid it. The party would have not been registered failing on that quota. Getting back to the numbers and to the figures, we have the unique findings. 55% at local elections were men and 45% were women. It is obvious that these numbers affected the choices of the citizens of Ukraine, and as of February 2020, we have the following numbers. 36% of the incumbent deputies are women, and almost 64% are men. We can obviously talk about the 40% level that was not achieved. However, if we compare this to the similar numbers, we have the record high numbers. In the Ukrainian parliament, we have about 20% of women. In the government, the number is not high either. If we talk about the executive positions of the Supreme Council, it's only 13% of women. If we talk about the gender representation of female deputies among deputies in local councils, we had the highest number of women represented in communities under 10,000, but there are historical reasons to that. We can see the situation that mostly the representation of women is higher, even though these numbers at this election altered a bit. If we talk about the share of elected women in the district councils and Hromadas under 10,000 of voters, we have about 30% of women. In the oblast councils, this number is a little bit different, it's 27.4%. So we can see that the bigger the territorial district, the more women elected. However, on the positive side, in this context, according to the recent updated information of the period before the 2020 election, we had about 18% of women in the regional councils and in the region capitals. Unfortunately, the number of women elected for the city mayors was about 9.3%, but we shall also mention that there were fewer women running for the mayoral positions. The Central Election Commission did not make public the number of candidates to the city and village councils as head of these communities, but we can see the election returns. We can see that each fifth elected head of village community is a woman, and we have only 9.3% of women in the city communities. There is certain correlation between the running candidates and the elected deputies among women. And obviously, one important reason is the conservative attitude of the voters who really want to have this a strong hand of the master who would be a male. However, there are cases when people have been staying on their positions for dozens of years, and it is very difficult to replace them. If we talk about the number of women elected on various party lists, we shall note that most of the mandates at this local election was achieved in terms of gender quota, and we have about 42 to 46% of women among the parties. As to the voting results, the attitudes of voters altered the numbers respectively, but there are two parties that managed to achieve this 40% quota the closest. This is the Nash Krai party, 40.2%, and Seventh of the People party, 39.3% of women. We are aware of the fact that this share might drop after some time because they might reject their candidacy. There are also cities where the mandates could be rejected. However, when we talk about these quantitative or proportional numbers, they are rather high, from 34 to 34.6% in most parties. We can see the only exception for Svoboda party that only achieved about 27%. Obviously, it was very difficult for most parties to search for the female candidates. So we might be talking about these technical candidates as the same as we had in 2015, when the parties were just nominating women on the first positions on the list in the first place to be registered. However, it did not guarantee they will be elected. When talking about the capacity of electing women in the constituencies and also on the party lists, we can see that the motivation behind electing more women comes from the election list. We can see that in the regional council, this is 38.1%. On the level of the Rayon district council is 35.9%. And in communities above 10,000 of voters, it's almost 35%. However, there were certain parties that were not able to avoid this quota. Therefore, we have this high representation of women. The highest share in the constituencies is almost equal, except for the regions councils. About 18% of all of the candidates elected in these constituencies are women. We can see here that women found it very important to compete with men. It was difficult for them to compete with men, and especially on the level of the regional councils. As a result, the women were in the disfavor here. As to the gender quota as election quota, excuse me, and how women and men managed to achieve it, the situation was about the same. We can see that where the correlation is 44 to 56. So this electoral quota did not impede women from being elected. I also need to highlight that it is important to understand that irrespective of the gender, citizens shall be entitled to participate in the electoral race. This positive discrimination and gender quota of 40% are contributing to such future situation. Thank you for attention.
Вітаю всіх. Ми продовжуємо форум громадського.
Welcome everyone. We are continuing the forum by the civil network OPORA. We are now going to talk about the equal access of men and women to politics. You might have guessed it if you were listening carefully to the previous speaker. We are going to have an interesting discussion because in addition to exchanging our opinions, we are going to talk numbers and we are also going to talk court cases. During this panel, I'm happy to welcome all of the participants. I will introduce each of them individually, but before we get down to the discussion, I would like to invite the Vice Speaker of the Parliament, Ms. Kondratyuk, to have her welcome address. Dear participants of the discussion on electoral reform, the global trend of the recent years show that politics is no longer the business of men. Current politics has both faces. It is not a coincidence, but this is the regularity as a result of women's fight for their rights. Ukraine has also joined the cause. What is more, we are setting an active trend for female participation and equal representation in politics. Therefore, when we talk about the international experience, we should also keep in mind the positive change and advances in Ukraine. We do have certain progress made. The most important achievement of the recent time, these are the results of the local elections. We set the requirement of 40% of persons of one gender in the party list for the first time. It is the first time we have this experience of running elections under this quota, and it worked. According to the Central Election Commission, 37% of the deputies of all levels are women. Compared to 2016, we have 13% higher representation of women in regional councils. The leading parties in the political races, as to the number of the mandates achieved, they managed to get through to the councils from 34 to 40% of women. We are happy to see these better opportunities for women participation in the life of communities. However, there are certain challenges to mention. In the context of the decentralization, parties undertook the responsibility to engage women into the active social life. That is why we have the increased levels of women representation in local government. However, even though the parties managed to achieve these formal requirements, there are still few executive positions in the parties. Women shall be proactive and more actively engaged in the management of parties and in the development of parties. We could also see certain cases of tampering with these gender quota when the women elected as deputies were required and suggested to reject their mandates to be replaced by men. We do not have any women running the regional center. When we talk about the representation of women in the regional councils, there is only the 3% increase. The same refers to the city councils or district councils. We should be striving for better results in this respect also on the lower levels. In the commissions of local councils addressing the humanitarian issues and the social issues, they did have women before, but we also need to have more women in the budgetary and financial matters. We do have the expectations that increasingly more proactive and energetic women will be engaged into the government and authorities at all levels, because it is going to contribute to better protection of citizens. Thank you for attention. I wish you to have the fruitful discussions and the success of this forum. In fact, Olena touched upon some very important aspects. She was talking about the relevance of this influence of women's voices within the parties. We do have the politicians here attending. One of them is attending online, the other one is attending offline. They are the people's deputies, the interesting personalities representing European solidarity. Maria Ionova, she is attending online, and Maria Barden from the Seventh of the People. And I appreciate we have these female voices and the political diversity at the same time at this platform. I would like to invite Mr. Shko to this discussion. She is the coordinator of an interesting movement. This is the initiative, Elections Without Sexism. And before I pass the floor to a person who is well known, she's a civic ombudsman for voting rights, Maria Tsepiashuk, I would like first to really brief you on what we are going to do. So Maria is going to speak first, and I would like to ask you to keep to the agenda, to speak for about 5 to 7 minutes, and then I would like to invite Maria Ionova. She's staying in the east of Ukraine, and she doesn't have the stable connection, and Marina will conclude. I encourage and invite everyone to ask your questions, and I will try to incorporate my questions into our conversation. Maria, question 1 to you. Actually, Andrei briefed us on the situation during the recent elections, but this is the hype topic in the media about the gender quota. Everyone will discuss it. Some believe this is unfair competition. Others believe this is discrimination of the voting rights of men. So what would you like to comment on that? Thank you, Larissa. I know we have the presentation along. Can we start the presentation, please? Here we have. I will try to be brief to save your time, even though we do have a lot of data, and you can read more in the relevant report. This is going to be published soon on OPORA's website. This is the second part of our study. We have been running it since October to March. It included 2 phases. Today, I'm going to tell you about the next part of our research. We surveyed 290 women who were running for candidacy at the 2020 local elections. We covered all regions of Ukraine without exceptions, including the city of Kyiv as a separate region. And we were including different levels of candidacy, starting with the city level, regional level, any district randomly selected region was also taking into account certain places, certain cities had their peculiarities about the survey, but I wouldn't be focusing on that now. We can see 2 different categories engaged into the election process. These were women from 20 to 71 years of age. These are different age groups, but you can see on the slide the age group that was represented the most was from 30 to 50. It is important to mention here that the women who got into these extreme groups from 20 to 30 and 60 plus, they would rather mention that they faced ageism signs. in terms of their attitudes from their colleagues, from their family members, like where would you go for? You are either too young to change things in the country or in your community, or you are too old to do so. Of course, this is not acceptable. We were also considering the education level. Most women who were running for candidacy had the complete higher education, and there are other groups with other levels of education. We also found it interesting to see the areas the women represented. Obviously, this is not the representative quantitative sampling. We were rather focusing at the qualitative results on the basis of the in-depth interviews, but we found it important to see what motivated women to become more active in their public position. We can see that over 25%, these were women who had the experience of previous experience of political participation. They used to work in the local self-government, in the executive authorities on different levels. But on the other hand, this is just 1/4 of the entire population. However, there is a huge share of women who haven't had the previous experience in the authorities. We believe this is a very important and good trend. And we can see that the areas widely represented, this is education, business, public sector in a broad sense, like volunteer work, various kinds of activity in the civil society. In most cases, they combine their entrepreneurial activities and the public activities. Also, many of them worked in education. Many people are combining occupations and activities today. I'm not going to focus on other categories, not to waste much of your day, but we can see this is a diverse background, education, medicine, information, IT, and others.
Now I would like to briefly talk about motivation. Multiple women mentioned that they would like to continue whatever they did in the community sector, or they wanted to have some impact on changes for small and medium businesses. So this background of theirs was very often a starting point for their motivation to go into politics. And now I want to shift to the most stimulating part of our study. There was a big block there to identify whether women were subjected to pressure or unequal access to resources. This is something that was mentioned at the outset of my presentation. Or maybe there were some actions taken by voters. I used one statement. It's anonymous. We asked each candidate for permission. So we have the permission of the specific candidate. You can see her words. My colleagues on the party list might smile at you, but at the same time, they do not view you as an equal candidate. And for me personally, this is the manifestation and the reflection of the full picture that we received. These numbers are not that high. Most women, based on their feelings, mentioned that they did not really feel any inequality in attitudes. Maybe they heard some rumors pertaining to other women, or they read some media materials, but as you see later, quite often women were not able to identify manifestations of pressure or some other forms of coercion or discrimination. And the examples, the few examples that they mentioned are quite alarming, because we still have some weird sentiments in our society towards women. This is food for thought, and it's definitely a testimony to the fact that the problem is there. You can see the numbers that we collected when we asked about Black PR and some other persecution manifestations. This Black PR was not really gender-based. It was more related to the activities of women, or it was paid for journalism. But some women indicated that they were subjected to Black PR. Some more interesting numbers that I would like to communicate. when we are talking about whether women were subjected to pressure during the electoral process and after the lists were established and they submitted their candidatures for registration, we asked women whether there were cases of women being pressurized to withdraw their candidacies. As you can see, the majority of women didn't experience this pressure, but there were some women who answered not sure. It's another number that provides us food for thought. We also asked whether women had to drop their mandates after winning, and we didn't really receive many affirmative answers. Most people answered that they were not subjected to that pressure. We also asked some questions to those candidates that were not elected, because half the respondents were women who were elected and half the women were not elected. So we asked them whether they would run during the next elections, and I would like to remind you that over 70% of women were women without prior political background and experience, and we can see a positive trend here. There is a whopping amount who want to continue running for the next elections, and there's a very small percentage who are uncertain about whether they will run next time or not. And we also asked them whether they were supportive of non-partisan lists. It's a very interesting question because I started with some numbers pertaining to running. So 71.7%, these are those women who are supportive of the idea of women being able to nominate themselves outside of parties. But if you have a look at these numbers, you will see that quite a lot of women want to run next time. Only about 7% answered that they would not want to have that experience again, and only 2.1% answered that they would run next time if there was the self-nomination issue. So basically, this nomination from a political party is not reflected in the intent of women to run next time. Some facts about the elected women, whether they participate in party building, whether they feel that they have a direct impact on decision making. Out of the women that we interviewed, a large chunk answered that they have access to resources, that they have access to party building, that are actively engaged in party building, that they currently receive support from their political party, and that they have levers of influence within local decision making, even though quite a bit of time has passed. But on the other side, when we ask them about the specific manifestation of this support, and when we ask them about access to resources, some women answered that at certain times they lacked financial resources, they lacked psychological support. In principle, many women sounded quite inconfident. So it's all about consultancy and informational support. That's it about the key results. If we have some more time, I will expand on that. Great job sticking to the time slot. Now I want to give the floor to Maria Ioanova. Maria, can you hear us? Please let us know whether you are here and you can hear us. Yes, I'm here. Greetings, Maria. I have two questions to you. I have a question about internal party building. If we have a look at the results of the local elections for your party, to what extent do you discuss the issues faced by women, and do you discuss issues pertaining to the impact and influence that women have on decision-making and party building? And I also have a question about the parliament. Do you see that female MPs have a powerful voice in the parliament of Ukraine? Thank you, Larissa. Greetings to all the female speakers present at the panel discussion. Greetings from Donetsk region, and at the end of my speech, I might tell you about the 10th district where we have 4 female candidates, if I'm not mistaken, but it's a special campaign. There's a home arrest, you know the story. But I would like to comment on what Olena Kondratyuk started with. I would like to point out that's still a little bit early to make some blanket conclusions. We can hear you, but unfortunately your picture is frozen. We will reattempt to establish a connection with Maria. Maria, can you hear us? I have this impression that we have lost Maria. Is she back or not? I think we are running into some technical issues, and this is a problem when you're not together. I'm not really sure whether we will be able to fix it fast. Can you hear me now? Yes, we can hear you now. I'm really sorry. Unfortunately, the connection is intermittent here. But I would like to veer back to what Olena Kondratyuk mentioned in her presentation. The October 2020 local elections were the first ones within the decentralization reform. And we can see that we have some territorial regime changes that have been implemented for a couple of years. And over 400 communities went through the amalgamation process. So the 2020 local elections were the pilot ones that were conducted according to the new system. We remember that the new code was adopted in December 2019, and then the last changes were made in September 2020. So definitely we will still have to refine some provisions of the Electoral Code. This is something that was a subject of discussion during the previous panel discussion. It is noteworthy that we do read OPORA's reports. We explore in detail all the numbers and figures, and we definitely have a better representation of women at local, regional, and national levels, and we do hail these positive outcomes. I'm really sorry about intermittent connection. Some numbers were communicated in comparison with the previous local elections, like this increase of 20 to 31%, and from 15 to 28% within regional councils. I can make some judgments not only based on our political force, but I can also clearly state that we have a better quality of the local councils. But there's one unfavorable factor for wider female representation. This factor is the increased electoral mortgage, and the fact that this mortgage was instituted at all levels, regardless of the number of voters. It was yet another obstacle that we tangibly felt within our political force. As for compliance with the 40% gender quota, it was not consistent. We remember that about 17% of political party lists that were registered did not comply with the gender quota principle. In some cases, candidates were not registered. But I also want to note that back then, at the parliamentary level, we did not succeed in changing that quota. So if one councillor drops out, then the replacement has to be of the same gender, of the same sex. Unfortunately, we did not succeed in having that provision approved, but now we have a great change to rectify the situation. Not only am I a member of the political council, but I'm also a member of the Presidium of the European Solidarity Party. I would like to point out that finally we have the grassroots movement as well, not only top down, but also bottom up. We can see that women at the level of Hromadas are galvanizing into action. They are active participants of this fight for gender equality, and we are doing our best to establish this horizontal network. But back to the issue of the gender quota, of course, it can be effective only providing that political parties themselves will not treat this quota as a formality. So once political parties start trusting their female candidates, these gender quotas will be better translated into reality. It's important to protect the interests of women, to defend them, to support them. Then the role of women in amalgamated communities will be more prominent. And there's also one loophole that we have in the legislative framework that allows you to bypass this gender quota. So candidates are registered, and then some candidates just drop out. They do not participate in the electoral race. And I would also like to point to the disproportion of men and women on top of the party lists. That was another unfavorable factor for better female representation. Anyway, we hail gender quotas. You know very well that it was the fruit of the shared efforts of civil society and members of parliaments. I do believe that we have progressed leaps and bounds in this regard. I'm proud of this step forward that we have made, and I believe that we can compare it with some sort of immunization against certain stereotypes that are floating in our society. We have already seen that women were subjected to stereotypes, to sexism, to gender discrimination. And we have registered a draft law on sexism. We define terminology there that it's about pressure and pressurizing. We narrowed down the notion of sexism in this draft law. It's not only a matter of contenders, but also a matter of voters. Unfortunately, we have some trends corroborated by numbers and facts when female voters do not really want to support female candidates. This means that we need to work on multiple front lines. There's still endemic bias and prejudice, and there's a lot of work that we need to do with women themselves. There has to be some solidarity among women in terms of voters and candidates. Veering back to numbers, I would like to point out that the recent local elections unearthed another problem. We don't really have a proper legal mechanism for the protection from cyberbullying, cyber abuse against politically active women. We don't really have any legal provision that would stipulate punishment for cyber persecution or bullying against women. And as for the other sex, you might think that it has nothing to do with them. So we have to be more vociferous about such cases. We need to speak out. We need to attribute more publicity and visibility to such cases. Not only do we want it to be a trend, but it has to become a part and parcel of the ideology of political parties. I was listening to the Chernihiv mayor, and he was talking about marking and about bribery. I'm responsible for Luhansk Oblast from the European Solidarity Party, and we had a fierce fight indeed. Franchises for political parties were purchased, so whoever had majority in TCs, DCs had most leverage. The Parliament of Ukraine has to make some further amendments in the Electoral Code, and they have to reflect some of these situations pertaining to revocation or withdrawal of candidates post-elections. This way, we will be better off maintaining this balance between men and women in the party lists. And we want civil society to be more aware. There is a need for staging awareness-raising campaigns about violence and abuse against women during the elections. It's also essential to work with the regional mass media. We need to raise their awareness. We need to communicate and clarify all these issues to them as well. I'm almost done. I'm wrapping up. Despite the political force that you represent, I think that it's not only about the number of women, it's also about their solidarity, it's also about their shared willingness to fight for some changes. And I believe that it's all about shared vision, not really specific political parties. You were talking about good masters or good entrepreneurs. The Pokrovsk town example, after decentralization, you have 1.2 billion of the budget. But if you go to that town, it's a shame. It's dilapidated. It looks like an abandoned area. Roads are in dire shape. So even if you have these robust male leaders, it doesn't mean that you will have a good community. The role of voters has to be enhanced here. They also have to keep their leadership accountable. Maria, I'm really grateful, but unfortunately we have to stick to the time slots allocated. Thank you very much for your opinions. I believe that it's a very interesting piece of information for all the participants. We are behind the schedule, and according to our agenda, we should start another panel discussion, but we're still talking about equal access to politics by men and women, and we still have about 20 minutes for this discussion. And now I would like to give the floor to Marina Bardena. She is a person who is the co-head of the Equal Opportunities Organization, and this March they created a female wing, and not only did they combine women working in the parliament, but they also brought together all the women who are related to party building. So Marina, I have the following question to you. It's very similar to the question that I asked Maria. What is the influence of women on internal party building? And I believe that everyone saw it in the mass media. So for women movement, what are the foundations of this movement?
Good afternoon. Indeed, I have to say that the party building and the impact of women on decision-making is our priority in our work in the government. We are now taking this natural evolution of development, but we do have to fight for the women's rights, whether in politics or in other social aspects. But we do need to try hard to gain this influence and to have access to decision-making. That is why over the period of independent Ukraine as a country, its civil society politicians of different levels have been raising this issue of women's rights, of their access to resources and to decision-making. At the same time, I believe today we are facing a different new level when we have the gender quotas integrated into the electoral law. We are seeing the new level of decision-making. Therefore, we have this organization of the women, and we do invest our efforts to support women in their political activities and public activities. I would like to briefly explain about the movement, the women movement. You are right to say, Ms. Moderator, that this movement brought together not only the MPs, but also the deputies, women deputies from all levels, and also the candidates, the women candidates that failed to have been elected. For us, it is a sign of certain political ambitions available in the local communities. We can also incorporate our supporters from civil society. They are helping us tremendously in our legislative initiatives and also in local councils in decision-making. So our primary objective is to work with women, to support them in implementing their projects on the grounds, to support them tremendously. After the elections, we had the cases when women, especially from our party, were taking the high executive positions, but after some weird decisions, they have been replaced by men, and the women were left without any support. We believe, as the female MPs, there is a need to support one another. It is about this women's solidarity, about the national networking, to be able to keep in touch, to be able to find the supporting mechanisms. Another objective of our women's wing is to contribute to the implementation of the gender equality policy, both nationally and locally. The decentralization process offered various opportunities on the local levels, among others, and we need to grab these opportunities and to bring to the attention of men holding the executive positions on the grounds the important aspects so that they could be making decisions in the areas covered by the female deputies, like combating domestic violence and also facilitating the political participation of women. Another objective that we pursue, in addition to the party-related activities, we are contributing to the organization of deputy groups in local councils, whether with the support of Equal Opportunities Group, or they could have different names, but the point is that both men and women shall be interested in defending gender equality and women's rights so that they could consolidate their efforts and become a more powerful center with the higher capacity in the local communities to promote the important aspects from various places in Ukraine. I would rather describe this effort of our parliament and of the women deputies in local councils as the consolidation and structuring around the gender equality policy to have it better organized and better networked, to establish better contacts among each other, because any person elected in any remote location in any part of Ukraine could feel the support coming from the central level, from the MPs. We do set this objective for ourselves to develop this network all around Ukraine, mostly focusing on women in the first place, so that during the next election, we wouldn't have to retort to the opponents' statements like, you were defending the gender quota, but there are no women willing to run for candidacies. When we talk about the recent elections, when we haven't had the gender quota are achieved at some point, this was also related to the unwillingness of women to run for the candidacy. My personal objective, I see it to prepare for the next election, to prevent any criticism from our opponents. Because when we talk about the numbers of women who are proactive enough and willing enough to be engaged in politics, we have quite sufficient numbers of them. I believe it's not about the candidates themselves and their will, but also about the system of selecting them and people in charge of selecting the candidates. I myself faced the situation when we had the proactive women working during the election campaign and running their campaigns with voters, directly meeting with them and doing this 24/7 relentlessly. And whatever we hear about the sexism or other issues related to gender, there is still a lot of discrimination cases found. However, we are ready to pursue this cause and also to demonstrate the leadership in this area. We shall not be afraid to continue and to pursue our goals. Also in the country, we have sufficient number of women on different levels of authority who are ready to defend their counterparts and also the right to vote and to be elected. So in addition to the legislative initiatives and to the organizational support in the regions, I believe as far as the Seventh of the People political party and the deputy faction for equal opportunities, we can manage. Thank you, Marina. The previous speaker also mentioned something about cases of sexism that were recorded and the cases of this unethical conduct towards women. And Marina also mentioned discrimination. These could be found within the parties, also during the elections, coming from any individual targeting a female candidate. What about you? You were running the initiative Elections Without Sexism. In our organization, we were providing the legal assistance and legal counseling to female candidates facing sexism signs. Could you share about the outcomes of your initiative? Which challenges were you able to address? We can see the outcomes and the effects of the introduction of the gender quota. We can see various aspects of the effects, but what are the major challenges that affect women in the first place? What is sexism? This is a vast question to cover because I believe each aspect of the question could be discussed extensively. However, the performance and work of the civil society, especially in terms of defending female rights in politics, I would like to remind you that in 2017 we had the first female organization entering the parliament. Actually, they required the 50% of gender quota at that time. It was back in 2018. During this time, in this election, we had a more comprehensive concept-based approach. We realized that for most women, this was going to be the first election experience. So we could see this tsunami wave that couldn't stay unnoticed. We analyzed the findings and we analyzed the situation. We also saw the findings of the research administered by La Strada Ukraine. They were surveying the women, and we could see that many women over 60 face discrimination, sexism, and this political discrimination. We could see that along with the competitive race, women will additionally have to withstand the sexism, gender discrimination, and stereotypes. We therefore believe this project to be an important step to enhance the solidarity and it was manifested in practical terms. Very many NGOs, including Eurofam, and also Voters 50/50, the Council of Women's Initiatives. These women, they are representing the NGOs, and they are using their human resources, intellectual resources, even financial resources, and contributed to this project. Our main objective was to empower women candidates in these elections with the leverage to protect themselves. We found it very important. We actually were starting the hotline, contributing our personal financial resources, and we had legal counselors and psychological counselors who were attending the calls. Also, we developed the chatbot on Facebook, and women affected by discrimination, also witnessing discrimination, could report to this chatbot, and we were taking these cases public, and also we took every opportunity to complain. We reported to the Commission of Journalist Ethics in case of discriminating sexist journalist materials. Also, we reported to the Central Election Commission in the relevant cases, and the Nasz Kraj party, they were using the images of naked women as the scenery for their campaigning. These were some of the reasons that made us report to the Central Election Commission. We actually recorded 50 such cases during the recent election campaign. I wouldn't describe this as the large-scale or massive-scale reports. However, these women who did report of these cases, they should be commended. We should praise their courage doing so. Every time we had to contact the candidates and explain their defense tactics. As a result, we filed 2 court suits related to sexism and discrimination. But since we have not yet had any specific definition of sexism in the Ukrainian law, the women filed these cases on the basis of the human dignity discrimination. So in the beginning of April, we are going to have the court hearing already to consider the relevant court case in essence. So it was about cyberbullying, and the person accused, also on the basis of the official documents to consider this case on the merits, claimed that the woman running for candidacy, she was too young, she hasn't had children yet, she hasn't actualized herself as a woman, that's why she was not entitled to work in the local council. So what do we do about such cases? First, you need to have your children, right? Well, as to the further next tactics, what to do, I mean, which steps to take in the local council. But what do we do in the huge volume of cases like that, and with this phenomenon? I need to mention that politics is still the men's club, where anything feminine is considered to be hostile, different from the conventional things, which is also supported by the evidence collected and accumulated by our colleagues from OPORA. We haven't had the female mayor in any locality in Ukraine yet. Actually, the fact that there is only the male masterly hand managing the local economies and it works best, it's a myth. Also, certain political parties, they were registered their political parties using the feminative forms, and it was used as the grounds to be rejected by the territorial election commissions. These are cases that also deserve attention. Our NGO also received some weird telephone calls. How do you admit such cases? They asked to mention the political parties that were rejected, but it was the unique case, to consider. It deserves more attention. What do we do next? Definitely, we have to prepare for the next elections. Also, we need to modify the electoral law. There is a provision banning and prohibiting the sexist advertisements, but it is very vague still. We need to do something about that. Also, we need to introduce certain sanctions for the political parties and the political entities who are going to resort to discrimination. We need to have the specific definition of the term of sexism in the electoral law. We also need to run the massive awareness campaign, because sexism and discrimination do not only come from opponents in the political race, but also from the voters on a large scale. Whenever we are going to have the politicians on the central level understanding and being aware of the problem, that could also set a model for the local level. It is important to talk about the protection of women who manage to pass through to the local councils today. Although they won this mandate, they still are facing this discrimination and pressure. We already know of several cases when one of the female deputies was discriminated on the grounds of her motherhood. There was another case when a female candidate, was wearing the rainbow-colored face mask, and she was pressurized because of that, also in the mass media. Therefore, we should be enhancing the support coming from women, even though they might represent various factions. They should be talking about solidarity. One of the outcomes of our campaign was this video, One Day in the Life of a Woman Candidate. We are using a lot of data, statistical data and sociological findings, and we use this data to show the bright cases of the fight coming from women in small towns, in larger towns. In this case, we managed to highlight 4 heroes. They are very different. One of them is a stay-at-home mom, the other one is a journalist, or the other one is an activist, etc. They are very different, but they are setting their examples and showing how you can fight for your rights, for power, using various resources, also information resources, how you can get better access to decision-making and actually implement the changes in your community. This is the teaser of the film.
Almost 140,000 women were fighting for the local elections and for the local seats. This park is an example of this budget being embezzled. They ran for mayors and local councillors. So we have one park, but we are short of 2 kindergartens. When I invited a team of the like-minded people, I thought that it was a chance to change something for the better. That's how I found myself in politics. I printed out our program at home, and I decided to communicate with you directly. This is not our voter. In my opinion, women have to go into politics for more people to feel that the public and local authorities take good care of them. I approached officials and asked them what happened to the cobblestone, and the deputy mayor told me that it was stolen, and then he turned his back on me and left. Please vote for me in Frankivsk district. Vote for women to make it into the Lviv local council. We know that men are capable of making borscht, and we know how to be in politics. Politics is not a female business. When men campaign for themselves and they are 2 or 3 years older, then there's a better attitude to them than to me because I'm a woman. They say that women are more emotional. But can you think of at least one fight in the parliament caused by women? One day from the life of a female candidate. It's a fantastic illustration of the fact that we are diverse indeed. A great teaser. Thank you very much. Just a couple of words because we have to wrap up. Women are punctual, by the way. I will try to draw the line beneath this movie. We want to submit this short film for international festivals because we have a group of people, a group of females who shot this film. So it's about women, for women, by women. In the near future, we will stage a short road tour around Ukraine. It's part of our awareness raising campaign. We want to showcase these role models to other women because I believe that their experience is unique and of paramount importance to be demonstrated throughout our country. Thank you very much indeed to all the participants. I feel really bad that our discussion was limited to a back and forth of short statements and speeches. I really hope that next time we will have a lengthier discussion. But as for gender quotas and party building and the role of women in the decision-making process, these are the topics that we have encompassed within our discussion. This is something that we do as public activists, as MPs, as lawyers. We do our most to strengthen our role in the public and local authorities. We try to support and stand by the side of other women. It's also all about analytics and statistics, and I'm grateful to the civil network OPORA. We need to be aware of the influence that we have on political life, on social life. It's an integral part of any discussion. We also briefly touched upon the issue of legislative changes. Some amendments in the Electoral Code. As for sexism, I really hope that the best version of the law on countering sexism will be adopted. And let's remember the recent decree by our president who basically recreates the map of the Istanbul Convention. And I know that the Ministry of Internal Affairs has a task to criminalize any harassment and bullying against women, and there will be a relevant criminal liability provision in our criminal code. Despite the recent trends demonstrated by Turkey, I really hope that the Istanbul Convention will be ratified by our parliament. So thank you very much for this animated and lively discussion. We will continue. I want to give the floor to Andriy. He's on his toes already. And after Andriy's mini talk, we will have another panel discussion on party building. Why and for what do we trade in parties? Greetings, everyone. My name is Andriy Savchuk, and during the next 5 minutes, we will be talking about the so-called party bazaar, or what is wrong with Ukrainian parties. It's very complex to register a party. You have to collect at least 10,000 votes in at least 2/3 of rayons, 2/3 of regions of Ukraine. Then you also need to additionally register a political organization in most regions of Ukraine. But we have a large number of parties, about 350. Why tentatively? Because you cannot really find this information on the website of the Ministry of Justice or other public and open resources. We're not really sure about the exact number of parties that we have, their titles, and some other data. We had a look and we perused voluminous data, and this topic is interested indeed, in particular during the recent 2020 local elections. In 2020, in February, the Minister of Justice, Mr. Moluska, announced that the registration of about 47 political parties will be revoked, but it was not done. And the reason was that these parties do not nominate their candidates for over 10 years, either for the parliamentary or presidential elections. But some of the parties bypassed this provision because they nominated their candidates for the current parliament of Ukraine of the 9th convocation. So let's do some analysis. In 2021, one political party was registered. In 2020, 16 political parties were registered. In 2019, only 3. But the previous boom of political party registration took place in 2015. Back then, 77 political forces were registered. And you might remember that in 2015, we had local elections. As for the recent local elections, 144 political parties were racing for your votes. But about 112 of them nominated their candidates in less than 5 regions of Ukraine, and 50% only in 1 region. So we can see that most political parties are not about broad networks. They nominate their candidates either in 1 region or even in 1 community. We can blame the current electoral legislation, the so-called partization of elections, because sometimes candidates were not capable of finding the right party for them, and they would purchase a franchise, as we call it. At least 40% of the political parties that participated in the 2020 local elections, so 28%, 40 political parties changed their beneficiaries. So the political parties nominated their candidates only in a few hromadas, and they would change their names, like, for example, Svetlichny together, or Svetlichny's block, or the team Levchenko grassroots, or you also link your name to your region, the Zakarpattia team or the Dnipro team. We had multiple cases like that. So basically, most likely the political parties changed their beneficiaries. Some of the transformations during the recent local elections were amazing, like the Tvoya Krayina, Your Country party. In 2019, it was renamed to the Volyn Patriots, and under this brand, the party nominated some candidates in March 2020 during the interim elections. This candidate does not really have sufficient support because the program based on radhosps and some other economic issues is not supported. And the same is true about another party. It was renamed in 1 year. It participated in the Uzhhorod local elections, and it received 5 mandates. So the Ridne Zakarpattia party a year earlier was called the Kyivshchina Hromada. So we have multiple situations like that that can be observed as part of the local elections. Or there's another situations pertaining to political franchise. For example, Hennady Chikit bloc for justice, and several months before the local elections, it becomes the Mykolaiv community party. So he was a majority candidate in Odessa Oblast, and his office is still in Odessa Oblast, but the party ran for the Rayon, Oblast, and local elections and received some mandates. A multitude of cases like that. Most political forces in the past were called indifferently. Shari's party, United Ukraine, or, for example, the Communist Party of the Working People, Saakashvili's bloc, the Georgian Party of Ukraine. The single alternative party used to be called the Union of the City and the Village. Once again, a wide array of examples like that, including the parliamentary parties, but I would like to encourage voters to peruse the political programs of the political parties and their candidates. And what I would like to leave you with one question: is it worth voting for a political force that was not able to register itself, or whose members were not able to register it? Thank you.
Доброго дня, шановна аудиторія. Знову ми маємо нову панельну дискусію.
Good afternoon, dear participants. We are ready for another panel discussion. It's called Partization versus party growth. The monopoly of parties poses some tasks in front of political parties to develop, to be engaged in party building, and the society is concerned about the fact that we have multiple franchises and there's a lot of trading in quotas, in particular electoral quotas. And one mayor today even mentioned the exact amount, 100,000 USD. I'm not really sure about the truthfulness of this amount, but it's staggering. And my colleague Andrei mentioned some other data. On the eve of the local elections, we analyzed all the candidates from the political parties, and we can state that about 40 organizations were resold in this or that way, or they were transferred to other entities just to run for the local elections. And unfortunately, there are examples of parties that are not known by society. For example, the Green Planet party is a political force that in 2012, 13, and 14 nominated some candidates and participated in the distribution of positions, and they received 466 seats in the DC, and they received 0.23 or a little bit over 0.3 depending on the year. The Liberal Party of Ukraine, 446 members of DEC in 2012 and 2014, and their voting support was 0.05. So you have this level of support on the one hand, and on the flip side of things, you have a lot of initiative and you want to nominate many DEC members. So these are some of the issues that we want to discuss during this panel discussion. We have a starry panel indeed. We have Ms. Victoria Podgorna, the servant of the people political party. What is interesting that Victoria coordinated or initiated the new version of the law on political parties. Mr. Alexander Kluzev, OPORA's analyst, Mr. Yurchishin, the Holos Voice Party, and Ms. Irina Herashchenko, who represents the European Solidarity Party. They all were engaged in party building, and we also have several participants online, and we will ask them to bear with us. We will have an on-site round of exchanges first, and then I will give the floor to our online participants. 3 to 4 minutes, be succinct. It's very difficult to interrupt politicians, but we just want to make sure that we spare enough time for both offline and online participants. I would like to start with Victoria. You initiated the drafting of the new version of the law on political parties. And this version was subjected to the examination by the Venice Commission. And since I participated in the meetings of this committee, political parties oppose this regulation because basically it implies enhanced transparency and accountability, because it's all about the role of party members and internal party democracy. In your opinion, what is the compromise between democracy, internal party democracy, and the regulation that will help average voters and citizens have an impact on party members for them to represent the interests of a specific group of citizens, depending on the ideology? Good afternoon, everyone. It's a very interesting question indeed. At the Venice Commission meeting, we had a lively debate about how to strike this balance for the Ukrainian political parties. In fact, there are two approaches to the regulation of what we call internal party democracy, the so-called liberal approach and the democratic approach. and the egalitarian democratic approach. And the law that we have is a liberal law. It doesn't really include any stringent requirements for the internal party operations, but we also have this democratic egalitarian approach that stipulates that regulation is possible and it's necessary to ensure honesty, transparency, honest competition, accountability. And in December 2020, the Venice Commission issued their latest recommendations, and they said that it's best to find the happy middle. And that was the starting point for the fourth chapter. The Venice Commission pointed that it was quite detailed, and it's a block that the political parties in the parliament wanted to eliminate because they view it as an obstacle. I disagreed, and the Venice Commission saw eye to eye with us. They said that everything can be regulated, and even the European Court on Human Rights has the same stance on this. So our proposal is as follows. We want to establish standards for the democratic operations of parties. I would not really call it standardization, but it's a modern approach that we can observe in multiple domains, including in the area of democracy. There are multiple issues with the global democracy, not only our democracy. And so this is the standard that we wanted to enshrine in the fourth chapter. It's of paramount importance, and we believe that this clause is paramount to the final version of the law, because this way we will have powerful institutionalized political parties. Without political parties, democracy is impossible. There are multiple and diverse discussions, but Peter Meyer, for example, said that party-based democracy is pure democracy. Maybe in the next 20 to 30 years, mankind will be able to achieve some other things like electronic democracy, but without the development of democratic and institutionalized political parties, we cannot be talking about sustainable democracy. And I believe it's particularly true for Ukraine. Thank you very much, Victoria. I would like to provide you with some background information. Among 7 parliamentary factions and groups, 5 changed their end beneficiaries. We cannot really state with certainty that they changed their owners, but they were registered by different political groups, and they were either gifted or transferred to these beneficiaries. The Servant of the People Party was called the Party of Decisive Changes. So basically, it's not a new political force. It was registered, and it was led by Mr. Yurdeha. He is not a known person to us. So basically, it's a well-known fact. And this draft law on the new regulation of political parties should streamline and simplify the registration procedure, because we want to avoid the gifting or the transfer. So you have the necessary number of signatures and voters, so register your party. By the way, OPORA recently received a letter from unknown people who state that there are fake signatures. Some political groups collected fake signatures to level up the situation. So basically, you cannot really have initiative in the 2/3 of the regions plus the Crimea. We are not the Ministry of Justice. We cannot really check that. But when we checked the addressees of these letters, we realized that they are present on the market of political parties, but they don't want to be part of this political competition. So this market has to be open. I mean, you can establish a legal entity whenever you want it. So maybe we need to seek solutions there. I would like to inform you on our novelty. Ola, you are aware of that because you participated.
Редакції спростити, насправді, лібералізувати реєстрацію. 200 осіб повинно бути для того, щоб зареєструвати партію, але у нас немає вимоги 2/3 районів, 2/3 областей України, що дуже ускладнено в зв'язку з втратою контролю над тим же Кримом.
And as a result, it's very difficult because we don't really have any control in the Crimea. So 5 regions to be called an all-Ukrainian party, but the Venice Commission believes that it's too many. But I think that if you want to be deemed an all-Ukrainian party, you have to be represented in at least 5 regions. But there's another requirement. It's the so-called two-phase commission. So basically, if you want to participate in the national elections, you need to have 2,000 members if you want to participate in the national elections, not in the local elections. And we had this proposal to create a register of party members. And yesterday, I received a question from one person. How do you check whether someone was a member of a political party in 2018? Because maybe he is running for prosecutor or something else. So it's not possible if a party does not want to provide this information. So we want to institute an electronic register where you can track down party members, but this provision is quite contentious. It evokes criticism from the perspective of political will expression. This is something that is enshrined in our constitution. So we cannot really violate human rights if people don't want to do that. But there has to be some sort of register, at least at the level of political parties or upon request of competent bodies. So there has to be this internal party register. In Germany, there is such a register, so you can receive information on membership upon request.
Thank you to Victoria. You took more of the time allocated, and I apologize to other participants, but I believe it was valid because Victoria was initiating and monitoring this process. If I may, I would like to pass the floor to Irina Gerashenko. I have the following information about the European solidarity, because before they were renamed twice, the previous names actually they do not contradict the current ideology and party agenda, because we can see other examples. So you do keep the continuity, so to say. When talking about the political group, you have been the pro-government party for some time. You were the Petro Poroshenko bloc. Then after the regular presidential election and the special parliamentary election, the party took a different approach to party building. My question is the following. Have you reconsidered, and how have you reconsidered this transition from the pro-government party in terms of structure of the party? From the perspective of the opposition, do you need to regulate the internal party mechanisms, since you understand that we have the monopoly in the elections? We don't have the independent candidate list. They shall be more open. We understand there is a leader of the political force who is Petro Poroshenko, who additionally is a powerful and influential political figure, and also the influential person in terms of financial and media influence. As to party building, what about you? After the party shifted from the pro-government level to the opposition level, has it changed? Well, everyone wants to get to the power, but it's more difficult in the opposition. It's an interesting story to share. I really liked that your question to the European solidarity included an important word, which is ideology. I think the key important thing for the party to have is ideology. Whatever the law, whatever perfect it is, it will never be helpful in building the efficient and influential party without the ideology. You also mentioned that everyone wants to be in the pro-government party, but hardly anyone wants to get to the opposition party. Well, whatever my complicated political background was, I still was rather consistent. We can see the similar situation in the current pro-government party that was being created beyond the system. It is now being transformed into the Communist Party. The Poroshenko bloc also caught similar diseases typical for the pro-government parties in Ukraine. I believe for us it is high time, the best time to build the perfect possible European-like party. I joined the party in 2019 when it changed the name actually, and the name itself illustrates the ideology. It's the pro-European factor in the development of the country and of the party. Now, about the party itself, we were well aware of the fact that we needed to have this cleansing to get rid of all of these advantages, all of these participants and members who would try to take advantage of the party. We have 30,000 people on the party, and we do realize these are the actual numbers of the real people. The elections are the agent that shows to us whether the party is a political project to fit the relevant elections or the actual party. We proved real in the recent election because we managed to pass to all of the regional councils and also in many cities and in factions, in regional councils, in district councils, in local councils, also in the amalgamated Hromadas. It is very important to have. Another important aspect, it was not only about cleansing our circles, but also we wanted to have the proper expertise. We had our primaries and they actually led our candidates running for mayoral positions selected rather properly. All our deputies from our party, they signed the integrity declaration, which breach would result in the political liability for them. It is very important, especially in the current settings of the imperative mandate. European Solidarity was the first party that first used this tool of declaration of integrity. We excluded one deputy from the Kharkiv Regional Council, which we believe broke the important principle we had when he refused to speak in Ukrainian during the council. He wanted to speak Russian. We are the political party that had a very serious approach to party building, and after our failure during the recent election, we managed to upgrade significantly. Today, we have about threefold growth of the party members, and the recent sociology shows this is the huge and significant increase. There are certain factors to that. First of all, this is a strong leader. Within the Ukrainian context, parties are usually the associations dependent on the leader. It is very difficult to build a strong team without a strong leader, in fact. However, we are not the party led by the leader and commanded by the leader. We are the party that developed around a strong leader. It is important to know the difference, and it is manifested in all our areas of activities. Also, you rightfully mentioned that our party finds it very important to have that transparent finance and transparency in the expansion and development of our structures. We take it very seriously. And the last but not least is to mention that the party democracy is an important aspect for the ideology-based party. We find it very important to have the internal party discussions about any aspect, the day-to-day activities such as the local councils and developing the joint strategies, the joint approach, the consolidated approach to developing our areas of activities, priorities, etc. Debating with the colleague, Victoria, I would like to say that the importance to improve the party law, when we talk about this, I would like to insist that in the Ukrainian context, we must take into account the tradition. If the party doesn't have that tradition, no law is going to change the dynamics of the party. So for the party, it is important to have the ideology, the internal party democracy, and the selection process. There will be no happy country with 400 parties, with 400 ideologies. Therefore, it's very important to set the role model for consolidation of parties. Let's take the Ivano-Frankivsk elections case. We supported the candidate from, okay, we're not going to discuss this, but we wanted to show that the ideology-based parties shall come together. I would like to specify one thing. There were so many of you, and now you are talking about the people that you actually got rid of. Is it important to have the regulation to avoid these suckerfish cases, especially when you have the mechanism of coalition, which made sense? But do you have this possibility to regulate these things to avoid or get rid of these clams or the people who are glued for their own benefit to the party? If you have the ideology and internal party regulation in the party, within the party, I think it is going to be more efficient and effective rather than the law. So if the factions started developing without the party, that didn't work. I believe the party shall come first. And we can see this in the opposition. I believe it is important, first of all, to get rid of these suckerfish and be based on the ideology, to have these internal primaries, because this is the good tool to really get rid of these suckerfish members. And therefore, we will have a more transparent campaign in terms of finance. It's good that we started talking about finance, so we are going to move to the young reform-based party. They were registered in 2015, and then they had the current name in 2019. Before that, they were known as the Party of Initiatives. The previous leader, it was the external leader, Sviatoslav Vakarchuk, said he was presented it as a gift, like he was helped to have the party to transform it from the movement. My question is rather complicated, rather difficult to ask, but the society is interested in that. What about the Holos party in light of the recent developments? How can the party develop? What is the capacity of the party to develop? Because if we consider the current situation in the party, it's an interesting question to tackle. How could we prevent such like situations for the new faces? Well, in fact, people who are trying to present the alternative scenarios, they're always going to have the high expectations set to them. Our colleagues were technologically better prepared. That is why we were presenting ourselves as an alternative to the current politicians. So if you call yourself the alternative, you need to keep up to the term. Since we didn't have the courage to be the pro-government party back then in certain regions, we are now rather active jointly with other political forces in making the local self-governments and in composing them, talking about also representative authorities on the local level. These are very good lessons that we learn. I don't have the experience, the same as Irina, talking about the party based on the historical tradition. I would rather be talking about the following, that in order to develop and build the party as an institution, not as an election-related project, it is important to have this leverage and within the party and internal party democracy. It is important to keep the people in charge of the distribution of the resources the party may dispose, and they may start forgetting that the party is the mechanism of voters, for voters. And this is how you have this change in the key objectives. So instead of presenting and representing the interest of your voters, you start focusing on your personal self-actualization. This is a challenge for many political parties, not only for the Holos party. So it is important to raise awareness and inform about your position, that you try to protect the voters' interests through the publicity passing into the legislative or executive authorities. This difference in these positions is very small. It is very easy to slip into either of the sides. And when we talk about the competition in the cities or on the national level, we can have these conventions, party conferences that could act as the preventive mechanisms. Of course, there is the easier way to have better regulation within the party. It's a temptation to fall into. We could have the democratic procedures insisting that we need to win now, but I believe it is largely affecting the quality of the party building. And again, whenever we talk about the political parties, we would very often shift the focus to the national level. I would like to thank other NGOs who are trying to highlight the facts that the party is always about the bottom-up approach. It's about the active members on the grounds and also in the factions, in the councils. This is what we need to build and what we need to develop. We do have this decentralization reform in the country, but it doesn't pertain to the parties, as we can see, because parties are being centralized. As to the specific question you asked to the Holos, we do have the growth crisis in the party at the moment, so we are either going to overcome it and get to the new quality level, or in terms of the liberal range, I do agree with Irina that it is important to have the ideology in the party which reflects the interests of certain social group. As Volodymyr Yermolenko proved, this position is rather unstable, and it's continuous, and it shall respond to the current challenges. I hope we shall overcome our current inconsistencies. Thank you, Yaroslav. We are going to have this mini lecture after this panel. We didn't have any arrangement. It was not at the advertisement. But I hope you will see the link. Yaroslav, what about the influence of the party and the situation within the party? Your example shows that the law shall guarantee certain influence on the party, not only on the level of the party statute. Do you see any solutions how not to cross the red line with over-regulated procedures, because any party shall have the space for democratic development? I believe you should try to probe and find this red line, because there are no ready-made solutions. Different countries have it differently. You can regulate anything with the law, but it's very easy to slip into the communist approach or whatever. Otherwise, everything shall be rather democratic. I support the approach to have the framework of the integral fundamental rights and obligations that shall be set in the law. The government then shall have the role not of checking or inspecting, but safeguarding the party against the transformation into the party representing the oligarchic interests rather than the broad social interests. But then there is another question: who is the regulator? Because you can actually have it very well established and described in the law, and then have the issues and challenges on the level of the regulator. I do support the approach to have this general framework establishing the right things, but we shall have the actual enforcement in place. Thank you, Yaroslav. We have a very interesting conversation. We also have some other participants online. I would like to invite Ms. Tetiana Plachkova, representing the opposition platform for life. I would like to give some reference. It was founded in December 1935. It was called the All Ukrainian Association Center. Then they had in 2012 one candidate in Simferopol. Then they changed their name to be named For Life, and they changed their head and their leader. And then in February 2019, they had the current name, and in June they had Yuri Boyko as the head of the party. I am grateful to our next speaker for supporting our forum, because their party, they don't like us very much, but it's not about likes or dislikes. Actually, the political party does have your platform, which is quite active. I believe during the recent elections, they managed to win due to the suggested proportional system. The proportional system is interesting for the parties like yours, because it's not centric, it's pro-European, and basically on this level, there are more electoral proposals. I mean, you have a more monolith audience behind you. So could you please tell me, you are the party expressing the interest of one political group, one electoral group. Following the recent local elections, have you reconsidered the tools of internal party democracy? Do you believe the currently suggested proportional system, which is now contested in the Constitutional Court of Ukraine, as the one that is worth consideration? What is your suggestion to have a more open system, to have the competition within the party? Because in terms of the electoral platform, it is monolith.
It's a lengthy question, but sometimes this is the only way I can formulate it. Can you hear me? You are very quiet. The sound is really poor. Can you hear me? I really hope that our audience can hear you well. Well, we can hear you, but very quietly. I will try to answer your question. In fact, I've been a member of the party quite recently, and I will try to tell you about the Odessa Oblast, about the internal party democracy, what we have been doing here in Odessa Oblast after the local elections, before the local elections. We have two legal entities. We have the oblast and municipal organizations. And we also want to register an organization at the territorial amalgamated community. Why didn't we do it earlier? Because we didn't have a sufficient level of decentralization in Odessa Oblast. And we had some organizations that existed in the past, but then they were disbanded or they were not operational. So my task is to engage in party building, and I try to register some local organizations. It's challenging in the conditions of the quarantine restrictions, but nevertheless, we try to establish and register some local organizations. Do we have internal party democracy? My answer is yes, about Odessa Oblast. And 98 local councillors. That's a hefty number. And we were able to comply with the gender quota. So 30% of them are women. We have some women who were not engaged in politics before. They were engaged in charity and business activities. So definitely there's a good level of internal party democracy in Odessa Oblast. And I believe that our oblast is a good showcase for our party in other regions of Ukraine. So really, I hope that we will be able to replicate this model in other parts of our country. It's difficult to be an oppositional party, but I think that is also the best time for party building. When you are in opposition, you are subjected to enormous pressure. And in the past several months, I have felt that it mobilized and galvanized our party members into action, not only in the parliament of Ukraine, but also at regional and local levels. We have multiple meetings, we conduct numerous discussions about the future of the party. There's a high level of initiative from party members, the highest I've ever experienced. There's a lot of initiative and participation at the level, because you might think that our party is quite rigid, that it's a top-down party, but believe me, there's quite a lot of initiative at the grassroots level. As for the law on political parties, I had a look at the amendments proposed and the amendments made. Up until 2020, there were countless changes and amendments, and I believe that there's a need for further amendments in this legislation, but we have to maintain the right balance in terms of party registration, in terms of party access, because we don't really want to utilize artificial mechanisms for prohibiting either political parties or the activities of political parties. We do understand that if political parties are permitted by the relevant legislation, we cannot really impose a ban on their activities. This discussion has been quite acrimonious, and I really hope that despite changes in political parties, their beneficiaries' access to registration will be simplified. And I am positive that there are issues with the people who are members of political parties. According to our law, you can be a member of only one political party, but in reality, you cannot really check that. So as a result, one person can be a member of multiple political parties, and there's no way to verify that. But this is something that has to be legislated and regulated. We also have to go beyond and above to make sure that there is no pressure from the regulating body. So, Tatiana, you're not really against the register of party members. Maybe it will not be public or open, but the TEC or DEC might find out whether a party member is not a member of several other political parties or organizations, because it will definitely have an impact on countless other processes within the elections. Thank you very much for your willingness to participate. It doesn't happen frequently from the opposition platform party. Ms. Oksana Prodan, she is a consistent representative of the UDAR party. I don't really have any background information on this party. We will provide it in writing a little bit later. Oksana, as of today, your political party looks like a regional one. It's not good or bad. Your political party participated in the local elections in certain regions, in the capital, Kyiv. You have your mayors, you are represented in multiple communities. Do you deem your party an influential one? Since you are a regional party, is it just a natural stage of your development? What are your plans about further party building in this context? And as a political group, are you supportive of the initiative of shifting from nationwide or all Ukrainian parties to more grassroots parties? Thank you very much. I was an MP not only in the parliament of the 8th, but also the 7th convocation. And in the parliament of the 7th convocation, the UDAR party initiated the early parliamentary elections. And when the war started, we were very active. So we are consciously transitioning from a nationwide party to a regional party. In 2017, we opted for union and solidarity. We could have gone a separate pathway, but to strengthen our country, we decided to join forces with the other political parties. And if you have a look at the development of our party in the past several years, I believe that it's a showcase of how a political entity should be shaped and built, because basically in a specific situation, our party opted for some shared values and principles and not our own interests. And our party has always been this way. I want to comment on some other topics raised at this forum. In 2012, the OPORA party already demonstrated this gender balance, because back then we already had some female candidates. And I know that I was the first female head of the campaign office of Vitaly Klitschko, the winner of the local elections. So I believe that this first step in terms of gender balance can be inscribed in our history book. From the OPORA party, we had candidates in the west and in the east of Ukraine. Not only do we have local councillors in the city of Kyiv, but in other councils as well. I really hope that for the sake of state building, for the sake of state transformation, our party will not really lean towards either extreme leftist or extreme rightist viewpoints. We will always go with those people who want to achieve the unity within our country. Oksana, thank you very much. I did not intend to insult you, because your party is a party with a long history. You could have nominated your influential candidate for president of Ukraine in 2014. You had a powerful parliamentary faction. You fought a lot against piano voting and some important initiatives. So each party has their own story. We're just trying to understand how party building is linked to representative democracy, because the main topic of our forum is local elections. So a regional party doesn't really mean a small party or a non-influential party. We also have two more speakers, MPs, Mikita Potaray and Mikhailo Zabulyak. Mr. Potaray heads the Kirovograd regional organization of the Servant of the People Party, Mr. Tsimbaluk, the Lviv regional organization of the Batyivchina Party. I would like to start with Mr. Tsimbaluk, because we have already heard a short input from the Servant of the People Party. I have a very similar question. We have national politics, we have regional political organizations, so we have the 2020 local elections. Is it natural for local self-governance per se? And for a long time, we were in a situation when we had vertical parties, and in terms of fundraising, in terms of resources and human resources in particular, it was a vertical structure. And now political parties have to recruit resources for their campaigns. They have to populate their party lists. Is it the practice of the Batyivchina party, or you still have a rigid hierarchy and you still remain a traditional party, or a party with a tradition behind its back? Thank you, Olha. dear participants of our roundtable discussion. Greetings to everyone from the city of Lviv. Unfortunately, Lviv is transitioning into the red zone, and it definitely has an impact on the life and activity of our region. So first and foremost, I would like to wish a strong health to everyone. The topic of partization is of interest indeed. For the first time, as per the new law, this principle was applied to the local elections. In Lviv region, the Batyivshchina party is struggling. For 20 years, we have been actively participating in the local elections. We have our representation at all levels of local self-government bodies, but I believe that these first elections manifested the co-responsibility of our candidates, and there's more responsibility on the party leadership for individual candidates. I would like to make some examples. In the local councils of the previous convocation, we had some trouble with one female deputy of the Zhovkva town council. She was the head of the property committee, and she made some settlements with the combat veterans. She didn't provide this specific combat veteran with a land plot, and she used the facade of our party to defend her opinion. And now we have to take the toll of the tarnished reputation because of the decisions that she made. And now we believe that owing to this imperative mandate, there will be more co-responsibility. We will have more leverage and influence on recalling a deputy or local councillor. The only task of all political parties represented in local councils is to make sure that it will not become a political mandate. So we will have more influence on our representatives. On the flip side of things, political parties, in particular their local organizations, can be more independent and autonomous, and they are not fully exposed to the same pressure from the nationwide or umbrella party organization. Besides, we believe that there will be some more challenges and trials at the next regular or early parliamentary elections, because we will have to defend our candidates from the party organizations, and during the next elections, we will see whether it's genuine democracy within a specific political force, or maybe the national organization will want to keep this vertical hierarchy. I fully agree with you, Olha, that now we have to recruit resources for our activities, which is the upside of the electoral reform. If you run for elections at any level, you have to be ready to assume responsibility. You have to be ready to make some investments, and you have to be motivated to build on-site party organizations. And there are some other tribulations pertaining to the amalgamation of rayons. So a lot of party organizations will lose their effectiveness. They will be basically invalid as part of the decentralization reform. And for some primary party organizations, it will be yet another challenge. So our task is to retain those people who espouse our values and statutory principles. And we definitely want want to keep those members who don't care only about running for elections, but who really share our ideology and are fervent supporters of what we do. So our primary task right now is to keep our rayon-based organizations. We have some members in the rayon councils, so it's yet another challenge for us that we will live up to. Thank you for your attention. I will be happy to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you very much. Mr. Putorayev, you are an MP who represents a new political force. You're not that young, but you're quite new. You are the head of the regional party organization. So how do you overcome this conflict between local self-governance and the central governance? Are you successful in striking the right compromise?
Thank you for the question. I actually do not see any specific conflict there. I don't quite understand what you mean. I'll try to specify. From your interviews or public statements, we could understand that there was a conflict at local elections when a people's deputy was suggesting his list of candidates that could be nominated by the political force, but the local elites who are members, the executives of these political parties had a different view on that list. So this comes from the internal political culture. So if you could share any solutions that we could use, we would appreciate it. It's quite a frank conversation. I can say it's quite frank. I believe there is no ground for conflict in that situation because, in fact, we need to choose and include into the list of election lists and to the party the people who enjoy the reputation on the grounds. If we talk about the local elections, but also when we talk about the parliamentary elections we're going to have, it's also important. The system is similar to what we have at local elections. Therefore, without the majoritarian approach, or rather I would say this is like the updated majoritarian system. So the conflicts that might have developed somewhere, they probably resulted from a different approach and different vision onto who shall be nominated for the specific constituency. We were talking about the heads of the amalgamated territorial hromadas. So this is not about the conflict, it's just about the human qualities, you know, in the good sense of the word. If a person shares, if an individual shares the principles and the ideological principles of the party, it's out of the question. But I would not like to extend on that. We do have issues with ideology in general in this world, but when you talk about the objectives that are shared, the agenda objectives that are shared on the level they are running for, then the individual shall be invited, engaged, and supported in the political process. What do we do next? Of course, when the people from your party pass into the local government, they shall join the party, in fact, because otherwise it would sound weird, you know, because if the person won the mandate on behalf of your party and they're not members of the party, that's weird. If you're talking in terms of horizontal and vertical links, that's an interesting question to discuss. There is always the vertical, because party is always the vertical structure by nature and by definition. As of today, our party has had the discussion, I may say, I believed the MPs shall not be heads of the regional party organizations. which we faced during the elections. I believe it was a temporary measure that we used. And I actually could illustrate even my case. But next, I think the party leadership shall be transferred to the people on the ground. But there are both advantages and disadvantages to both models. Whenever we have the MPs as heads of the regional party branches, or maybe we have the local deputy councillors heading the party regional branches, I don't think either of these are perfect solutions. I believed it would be better to offer a broader mandate on the grounds locally. As far as the party growth is concerned, this is just about that. But again, I'm sorry if I took it wrong. I think your question, Olga, is not very specific. It's not specific enough. Maybe my answer is not that specific. That's fine. I mean, your colleagues, your counterparts provided the answer partially already. We just wanted to understand how the national party and the regional party offices, what is the correlation, what is the structural relations? Is this the continuation or extension of the party, or is there a different relation? That's a great question, because here I have a very specific answer. When you talk about the party management, it's vertical. As to the party growth, it is definitely bottom-up. As a politologist and a political technologist, I can boldly state this is this way. I bet that the parties that are not choosing this bottom-up approach in their party growth, they are doomed to failure. And the candidates running for the parliamentary seats, they shall already have the previous local experience working with the people. They should have earned the support of the local voters and the local party branches, not because they came from the capital and it was commanded this way, but because they actually work with the local party organizations together with them jointly as a team. This is when any party is going to have the promising prospects. This bottom-up growth approach is important and is instrumental. But of course, the vertical support is important as in any organization. Thank you to all of the speakers and to all of the politicians. You were quite diplomatic and open today. And Alexander Klyuzhev, to conclude, to tell us more how it all started, because we did the relevant survey for the parties on the grounds. Good afternoon, colleagues. It was a pleasure to follow this discussion. It's a pleasure to see the people and to listen to the people who are in these processes. Before we talk about the findings and the numbers that we recorded before the local elections from the local party activists, I would like to actually bridge the two discussions about the party development and the local elections. At the local elections, we had the parties who were claiming their national status. We had the regional or local parties who were actually playing for long term, and we should admit it. We don't only mean the regional parties that are like quasi-parties or temporary parties, but we are talking about the parties acting in the regions who actually play long term. This is like the Odessa mayor bloc or Kharkiv case, etc. These are the parties that are trying to grow extensively on the regional level, and we really need to raise these questions for the discussion, how the national level responds to that. There are actually the parties that were commanded from above and they're developing respectively, and there are others. But because of the election system in place, we have quite a big segment of local leaders who managed to be pushed forward to this pseudo-party niche, and they had to use the party system to run for candidacy at local elections. Also, we need to admit that the discussions about the withdrawal tool and withdrawal mechanism had a play in that situation. I believe it is important to take into account the experience of the recent local elections in that respect. We need to leave aside the attempts and the procedures to impact the development of political parties, their internal growth. I mean, I'm not that old as some political parties, but I'm not that young as other political parties, because I do remember how we have been discussing this issue for over 10 years, claiming that the election system could empower and consolidate and strengthen and enhance the parties, engaging the local elites, etc. The fact that we have the array of local parties at the 2020 local elections proves we can discredit this previous logics that we were trying to enhance the internal party growth through the focal changes in the election system. Actually, we have the numbers to support that. On the level of the regional centers and in the big cities of Luhansk, Donetsk Oblast and in Kyiv Oblast, the number of mandates from the party running in one city and in one Hromada has grown from 10% in 2015 to 22% this year. On the level of the regional councils, the results of the local parties has also grown crucially from 5% in 2015 to 18% this year. I'm very happy to find myself in the discussion about the party legislation, about the party laws. We are looking forward to have the parties, both on the level of the legislative mechanisms and in practical terms, to develop. And this is not going to contradict the competitiveness at local elections. So we are not going to restrict the self-nomination mechanism to achieve the goals of the national parties. And I also have several statements about the survey we ran in spring 2020 when the electoral law has already been formed, but the election campaign has not started yet. So we surveyed about 100 leaders of the oblast level party organizations and local level organizations. They are obviously not representative enough, but they are illustrative of the actual trends. And this is to address the concerns before the large-scale party making, before the local elections. And also we can refer the results to the situation that we had post-local elections, how the concerns were refuted. So we can see the high activity of local party leaders and basically the situation when the central party management have the definite say on the nomination and the legitimacy of the positions that the central management of the party was decisive in that respect. We asked different questions about that, and this efficiency and legitimacy was supported by 50 to 65%. This might imply rather important reverence towards the authoritarian rule of certain party leaders. However, this position also has the valid ground for existence. Our survey also revealed that many local political leaders have no idea how they shall operate between the elections. We had slightly differing results in different regions, but they do have these concerns in terms of the financial support or the human resources support. They are provided not that actively between the elections. I believe the parties shall focus more on the period between the elections and on the party functioning to retain the people and to retain the resources. As our survey showed, I would like to highlight we are not presenting it as the representative research, but we do not have this party leaders on the local level. There are full-fledged party activists, because 90% of the local party leaders did not have their party work as the major occupation. Of course, they have the de facto financial support on other levels, but they do feel the concern to combine these party activities on the regional level with their main occupation and main duties. But this is just a discussion on the level of each party, which approaches and paths they shall take to support the staff of their regional organizations. Besides, over 40% of the local party leaders claimed they were donors for their regional party centers also in between the elections. Many of them they were not that obvious about answering this question, but we had some additional questions which proved that they did have the dependency between the financing of these local party organizations and the stay of these people on their specific positions. It was before the local elections. Let me note. Besides, the local party organization leaders lack understanding of where they are heading in terms of the membership of the parties, in terms of encouraging the increase in membership of the parties. On the one hand, people wanted to highlight and emphasize they are working with the party members. On the other hand, our survey showed that local party organization leaders saw the issue and the challenge in no permanent members. And also, they revealed the low level of engagement with the party members. I believe the discussion is open, still open. If we manage to finalize these questions, it is going to have a positive impact on the local party organizations. The access to media is another important challenge for political parties in the period between the elections, and our respondents kept emphasizing that it's not about any corruption-based access to mass media. The problem is that local party organizations, they want to have the resources for promotion and communications in the period between the elections, and our survey revealed they didn't have any. And last but not least, concerns the high legitimacy of all of the measures that were implemented by the government before the financial control. And this concern is shared by the local party organization leaders. Many respondents, they were negative about this control system. Some of them also believed this system is justified, and also they support the government funding and financing of the parties, which is not surprising, but they were talking about the possibility of the government finance for the non-parliamentary parties that do enjoy a certain share of support among voters. These are the findings. Thank you, Alexander. Thank you to all of the speakers. I apologize for going beyond the time limits. However, they had some important information to share. And now we would like to pass the floor to Volodymyr Yarmolenko. He's going to talk about some elevated high things related to the party building and party growth. It's not only about the practical aspects, but also about the philosophical background.
Вітаю, друзі. Мене справді звати Володимир.
Greetings, friends. My name is Volodymyr Yarmolenko. I'm a Ukrainian philosopher. I'm very grateful to OPORA and Olha Azvazovska for the invitation. We agreed that I would be expanding on philosophical issues. And there's one main topic that I would like to discuss with you in the next 20 minutes, the topic of ideology. What has been happening with ideologies, with the history of ideology? Well, I will attempt to tell you within the next 20 minutes about the great depths of the history of European and Ukrainian ideologies and the recent developments in the world. You might be familiar with my book entitled Fluid or Transient Ideologies, and I try to explore the political ideas of the 19th and 20th centuries. I will not recount it. You can read it yourself. But nevertheless, I would like to discuss with you where I stopped in this book. So basically, my speech today will be a continuation of this book. And I believe that it will be of interest to you in the context of all these hands-on and practical discussions within our today's forum. So it will be a bird's eye view on the Ukrainian and world politics. What are ideologies? These are systems of ideas that provide us with a picture of the world, and we also receive ideas on how we can change the world. And this focus on changing the world is paramount to our understanding of ideologies. We can state that ideologies are linked to certain values. It's challenging to imagine an ideology without values. I would like to communicate to you that it's not really about the quality of values themselves, but it's about the quality of our attitude towards them, whether we have a radical or a non-radical attitude. We have some confrontations in the global politics, and we might state that they were preconditioned by values. But there were some epochs in our history when these confrontations were grained in interests, like the 17th century, the Baroque, and the period of feud between the Protestants and the Catholics. It's a value-based conflict. If we have a look at the 18th century, it was a conflict of interests between multiple countries. The 20th century might be deemed a value-based conflict between communism and fascism, between communism and liberalism. But in my viewpoint, the evolution of ideology has its roots in the 19th century. Why? Because this century is about the secularization of our values and ideologies. The prominent European values were not linked to religion anymore. It was all about building a paradise on earth, not about some divine paradise. If you are engaged in the history of politics and political ideas, you know very well that in the 19th century, the French Revolution was a key factor. And the slogan was the freedom, brotherhood, and equality. And my idea is that those people who were born in the early 19th centuries were ingrained in these values. So basically, we have the value of equality, freedom, and brotherhood. And as a result, we have patriotism, we have nationalism, and we have some other principles. And the main ideologies revolve around these three main concepts. The 21st century brought in another important value, the value of environmental protection. So we can be talking about ecologism as one of the prominent or prevailing ideologies. In my view, ideologies can be either destructive or constructive. They are constructive when they stand for a basic value, when they promote it, but at the same time, they're open and forthcoming about other values. For example, when liberalism is based on the idea of freedom, but at the same time, it's open to other values of fraternity and equality, and the synonym to fraternity, solidarity. And in my opinion, ideologies become destructive and even nefarious or criminal when they deny the existence of other values. Let's have a look at communism, the radical manifestation of communism that we know very well from our history. It's based on the idea that the society has to be based on the equality principle, but we have to brush aside fraternity and freedom or liberty. So there's no freedom of choice, there's no freedom of individuality. We are not talking about individual human rights. We can also shrug off and eradicate the concept of fraternity. It's all about building the society of equality. And we know what the consequences were. Let's have a look at the value of fraternity, the idea of nationalism. Sometimes we view nationalism as something negative, but in fact, it's a modern and progressive concept. It's rooted in the idea that people who live in the same territory, who are part of the same nation, have to feel solidarity with one another. They have to protect one another, and the institutions that they establish have to protect their citizens. But when the idea of fraternity goes to extremes, it leads to adverse effects. It leads to some known situations in the 20th century when some other values are denied and refuted, like the idea of freedom and the idea of equality. And even if we have a look at liberalism, unlike other ideologies, it might seem more neutral. But if the liberal idea of freedom or liberty emphasizes that freedom is the only value that should be the foundation for our society and all other values should be neglected, this idea can also have negative consequences. Let's have a look at the liberalism of the late 19th century in Europe. It naturally degraded into racist theories. So this opinion that there are certain societies that have the right to freedom, they fought for their freedom, and there are certain societies who did not do that, and they will always remain colonies or they will be inferior to other societies. So as you can see, there are a lot of paradoxes here when this radical liberalism can also merge with radical nationalism, and all this can result in such extreme ideologies as the fascism of the early 20th century. So in my opinion, in the Ukrainian context, we have multiple cliches floating around: the left, the right, the nationalists, the Soviet school, the post-Soviet movements, but our discussion today is not about that. All these basic ideologies, liberalism, nationalism, and socialism, talk about some authentic values. It's not possible to build a human society without freedom and liberty. If the representatives of this society do not exercise sufficient freedom to lead their lives, be it in the economic domain or in the artistic domain. But at the same time, a society is not healthy if it is characterized by endemic inequality, social inequality or economic inequality. This is something that we observe in Ukrainian society and other ones. And a society cannot survive without fraternity or solidarity. When people are ready to stand by each other, or if you have a society where public institutions do not support those that find themselves on the sidelines or in abject poverty. Negative processes commence when one of the values ousts the other ones. Then we have to deal with authoritarian or totalitarian ideologies. In my view, a healthy society is a society with a party-based system. It doesn't mean that one specific party has to reflect all these diverse ideologies. Each political party, whether we want it or not, focuses on its own values and principles. For example, liberal parties on freedom, socialist parties on equality, etc., etc. But a healthy political milieu or ecosystem is a system where this plurality of values are properly represented. We will never have full equilibrium or balance in any human society. Politics is always about trying to find balance in the midst of imbalance. But I believe that all these main values have to be represented in a healthy society. What do we observe currently in the world and in Ukraine in the 21st century? So I would like to spend the remaining 10 minutes reflecting on that. Let's have a look at the European and American world. What happened after World War II? The European world stepped on the pathway of liberal political consensus. So I think that 3 decades post-World War II became the decades of liberal political consensus. And gradually, societies were built based on the idea of equality and freedom. So as a result, we have welfare societies. While the value of fraternity, national affiliation, religious affiliation was ousted leniently, but still ousted. Why? Because the Western world is still taking the brunt of ultra-right ideologies, fascism, Nazism, and some other ones. In this great trauma stimulated people to treat a lot of ideas with a pinch of salt. And this synthesis of liberal and nationalist ideas spawned centrist parties. So those were not parties that were as crazy as the communists. They were social democrats. They combined the ideas of free society, but at the same time, some sort of equality and some sort of redistribution of welfare. And on the other hand, we have right forces like the Christian Democrats in Germany. And these political forces stemmed from conservative views, but at the same time, they were tainted with some liberal flavors. So there was this idea of the redistribution of welfare. Even the right centrist political forces had this egalitarian component. What are we observing now? We can see the resurgence of ultra-right forces, Trumpism, Marine Le Pen in France, the Alternative for Germany in Germany, Orban's leadership and rule in Hungary. So we can see the resurrection of these forces because they can feel that the topics of identities and national pride were marginalized in the past several decades. And I believe it's yet another problem of a liberal democracy in the West, that we put these topics on the sidelines. We put them into oblivion. But this liberal political consensus went into decay in the 1980s. The Soviet Union discredited itself. On the other side, the left parties in Europe lost their power. The economic development of some countries slowed down, and we observed this liberal turnaround. Reagan, Thatcher, they basically went back to the idea of spontaneous liberalism. They were economic liberals. And in the past 30 years, we can be talking about liberal consensus, and the left parties are on the margins right now. So this liberal conservative consensus has the conservative component, but it does not really mean nationalism. The conservative component in this assessment means more liberal capitalism. And I believe that capitalism is always conducive to the launch or impetus to economy, but capitalism can never contend with some serious problems. Capitalism and liberalism, if you grant maximum freedom to people, then the most talented people become more successful, and those people who are less talented or not as smart will find themselves in poverty, and we can see a growing chasm or gap between the poor and the rich. And this return of the ultra-right populism that we can observe in some other countries is accompanied by the radicalization of the socialist movements. So right now, there is the narrowing of this center-based political forces. This is something that we can observe in the US, in Great Britain, in multiple other countries globally. But on the other hand, there are political forces that emphasize fraternity. They become ultra-right. And while the leftist political forces lean more towards ultra leftist movements. And I'm concerned about it because last it happened after World War I, and as a result, some totalitarian ideologies emerged, like Stalinist communism and fascism. So there are some treacherous things happening right now. On the other hand, the liberal establishment is drifting towards leftist ideas, the ideas of equality, but it's an outlandish left liberal consensus because it's a mask or a facade. They turn their backs to the idea of freedom. They focus more on equality, but it's not social or economic equality. It's more the equality of rights, gender rights or minority rights. This list goes on and on. This type of equality is critical for any society, but it's not a profound interpretation of the idea equality, and it leads to the blurred boundaries of freedom and equality, because the equality of rights is viewed as freedom. So it's a red flag as well. What is happening in Ukraine? The idea of equality was domineering in the Soviet times. It basically pushed out all the other values. Therefore, when Ukraine gained independence and the ideas of Ukrainian politics were fleshed out, the main ideas that pushed out the Soviet ideas were the liberal values of freedom and the nationalist values of fraternity and identity. And while the Soviet Union was alive, well, actually, it's still present in some of our practices. But in the 1990s and 2000s, the Soviet Union was still alive and present in some ideas. This liberal discourse was a sort of synthesis. It was some sort of national democracy. But now we can see that there's a shift to radical nationalism. It claims that national identity and national fraternity prevail over freedom and human rights. On the flip side of things, the Ukrainian liberalism leans towards leftist liberal ideas. And in my view, these are alarming trends because the equality of rights becomes superior to freedom and liberty. But what matters to me in this context, and I believe that this is something that is important to any society, ideologies, constructive ideologies emerge when a certain value is jeopardized. In the Western world, the main jeopardized values are the values of fraternity and solidarity. And in the past decade is also the value of equality. In our society, all these three basic values are in peril, including the fourth one that I mentioned, the environment and nature. So we have a paradox. On the one hand, we are in need of robust left parties, moderate left parties that we do not have in Ukraine, and we have no inkling when they might emerge. But on the flip side of things, we also need right centrist parties, those parties that will not slip into the ultra-right spectrum of political views. But we would not really lose if we also had some liberal parties, purely liberal parties. I know that I have only 1 minute left. So let me try and wrap up. So we have this plurality of freedom, fraternity, equality, and the fourth value of environment and nature. If these basic values are reflected in some political forces, if we have political forces that espouse and stand for these values, but they do not exclude other values, keep in mind that a healthy society is ingrained in the right balance and competition of these values. So this is the ideal picture that we should be striving for, and we still have a long way to go. By we, I mean not only Ukraine, but the rest of the world as well, because as I have already mentioned, we can observe growing radical trends in Ukraine. But what should we do? We keep complaining that we don't really have genuine political parties in Ukraine, that we don't really have ideology-based or idea-based parties, that our parties are contingent on oligarchy. Oligarchy is one issue, but another issue is that we don't really have a nationwide, large-scale discussion about values. What kind of economy do we need in Ukraine? A more liberal, libertarian economy, or maybe a social democracy-oriented economy? What kind of national consensus do we want to strike in Ukraine? How do we secure this national fraternity or sorority in Ukraine? How do we do that with respect to minority rights at the same time? So depending on how lengthy this discussion in Ukraine is, we will have a greater or a smaller response from the political parties. So there's a need for more ideology based discussions, and it's all in our hands. I'm done with my presentation. Thank you for your attention. I hope it's been of interest.
Доброго дня, шановні учасники форуму.
Good afternoon, dear participants of the forum. We are about to start the concluding, last but not least, discussion for this forum. And the topic is the freedom of political choices and the conditions for political choices, the freedom, the awareness and transparency of access to public and political information. I'm going to moderate this discussion. I'm the executive director of the Human Rights Platform. We are going to have Mr. Shevchenko, the Deputy Minister for Informational Policy and Culture, Ms. Zahoroyko, the expert in the development and state building and local self-government, regional development and urban planning, and the head of the sectoral subcommittee, dedicated subcommittee dealing with the elections and referenda, and Mr. Koval, the first deputy head of the National Council for Radio and Television Broadcasting, and also the head of the Center for Democracy and Human Rights, and Robert Loran, the data analyst of the civil network OPORA. Welcome to all of the participants. Since we are late with the time, I would like to ask all of the panelists to keep within 10 minutes so that we could have certain time allocated for discussion and questions and answers. The topic for discussion today is about the campaigning, about the informing and raising awareness of the voters, ensuring equal access to all of the electoral actors, also raising awareness of the conscious choices among voters. And we have a number of questions in this context, both from the domain of philosophy and the practical domain, trying to understand how to approach them and how to solve them. So we have these issues of early campaigning or the issue of regulating the campaigning online, the issues of election funds and the political finance. Shall we restrict or limit the ads or political campaigning on television or not? So there are multiple issues in this context. Since the rules of the game were set in 2009 and it hasn't changed since. I mean, the sanctions and the liabilities. In this part, there are many shortcomings, many electoral actors treated as the evasion of the rules that they benefit from. I would like everyone to keep within this range of discussion. There are many controversial issues as well. There are many opinions, many approaches how to tackle these aspects. And I would like to invite Mr. Shevchenko, the Deputy Minister for Culture and Information Policy. I know, Mr. Shevchenko, that you support the model when the ministry, the executive authorities shall develop certain policies and then translate them into the draft laws and present them for consideration of the parliament. What is your opinion as the opinion of your ministry? What can be done about the situation in this area? Thank you, Alexander. I suggest I listen to a panelist or two and then will not be opening this panel. Of course, we have freestyle. It's not overregulated. So, Mr. Koval, would you like to start the discussion? This is the first deputy head of the National Council for Radio and Television Broadcasting. This is the only government agency, the public agency regulating the broadcasting rules for the campaigning needs. On the other hand, we don't have the strict regulation. So we would like to learn about your opinion and maybe the position of the National Council, maybe certain issues that you see relevant in this area. Good afternoon, I hope you can hear me. I would like to say that over the period of my employment in the National Council, we have had 3 election campaigns. It was the presidential campaign, the parliamentary campaign, and the recent campaign of local elections. All the 3 election campaigns were actually the cases when the National Council was fulfilling the functions under the law. But for me and for many of my colleagues, it was the time of collecting the shortcomings of the law, trying to understand how to better handle them and how to address and tackle them, rather, to ensure the National Council acting as not only the regulator, but also the active contributor and being enforceable and able to regulate these things in practice. So we are the regulator dealing with the media. The media, according to the Electoral Code, are not the electoral actors. They are not the participants of the election process. The National Council does not have any influence on these aspects. On the other hand, there is the Central Election Commission dealing with the elections directly, but they have no relation to regulating the mass media because the media, they are not electoral subjects, they are not electoral actors. We worked as part of the working groups that included the members of the National Council and also the representatives of the Central Election Commission, the civil society, and the government office. We established this working group that considered all of the issues that arose. We had these meetings where we raised the most important issues and sent the requests to the media companies and sent the letters to the Central Election Commission. However, we need to understand that the efficiency of this process, given the current leverage provided by the law, is low enough. We need to understand that the only tool and the only leverage we had was to draft the administrative protocols and issuing fines and penalties. But these fines would amount from, 160 to 255 hryvnias. It is obvious whenever the media company paid the fine, it was not commensurate with the negative consequences from their activities. What is more, when we were drafting the report on the performance of our working group during the recent local elections, we realized that the total number of protocols that were sent to induce the fines was 56. As of the date of the report, which was mid-February, of them 33 protocols were not accompanied with information on the register on the card decisions. The grounds for this rejection was the irrelevance of the issues raised. And we had 11 cases rejected due to no merits of the criminal violation or criminal fraud. There are also other detailed numbers, but there were only 7 companies who actually paid the fine, which proves this is not the efficient tool at all. What is more, the fine was imposed post-election. The legislation definitely set certain time frame, but it's not immediate. But this is the regular Ukrainian practices related to elections. I believe these numbers are illustrative anyway. As to the solutions or things that shall be done or changes that shall be introduced, I could mention or list 6 items that we included into our report. So we need to provide the provisions that would regulate the National Council to apply the sanctions according to the electoral law and to apply them to the TV companies, not to the natural persons, as it is set currently in the Code of Ukraine on administrative offense. Second, we need to provide for the sufficient amounts of fines for electoral fraud that could help prevent the violation of election law. We also need to introduce the efficient mechanism to combat covert advertising, and we have noted this issue multiple times. Also, we need to improve the law to clearly distinguish between the campaigning and information about elections. Each case is rather debatable in this respect, whether the company is informing trying to meet the information needs of the viewers or campaigning. Also, we need to apply the special mode of placing the political ads before and after the start of election process. We know that the ads that many believe as political, they may be hosted in the electronic media, in online media, and also in the outside, on the outside boards or on the radio. Before the start of election process, it shall not be qualified as the political ads. It is not regulated, therefore. It is not the campaigning. Then many political entities, they start advertising and promoting themselves long before the official start of the election process, and they invest into these ads. We know that the government is allocating the funds for the political parties. It was not expected, and many of them, therefore, they invested that into the political advertising, which may refer and be attributed to the campaigning. However, not according to the definitions available. there are other aspects that are related to the improved election law to provide the definitions to the terms such as sexism, discrimination, and also to provide sanctions for the dissemination of such like information. Last year, during the recent election campaign, we were also covering the gender quota and the gender shares at the elections, and they are related to many other aspects. All of these concepts either have not been described or described in the way not sufficient to act as the active mechanism. Thank you. As far as I know, the National Council as a regulator is monitoring the media during the election process because you're trying to analyze how much time each party shall be allocated. So on the basis of the findings of this monitoring, can you claim that the media are following the principles of the unbiased and proportional coverage? Well, I need to say that the pluralism in the media can be reached not because each media, they care about the pluralism. They actually have the situation that the political palette in the media is broad enough, and you can have this pluralism because every other political force, they have their own media channel and they're focusing on that. You have been talking about the partization of elections and election processes, and I believe we could be talking about the partization of media in Ukraine in that respect. We can see that quite many media are sharing the advertisements, which is quite expected, that promote certain political groups and certain candidates, and the situation has been there for several election campaigns in a row for many years already. We do have certain history on that. We were using the methodology that was suggested in Slovenia. There were 98 organizations that were suggesting this methodology to monitor the media during elections. If we take a look at the findings, then we can conclude that there is a more or less horizontal picture in the UA First channel. At least we have the more or less equal distribution and representation of political forces. We can have the specific allocation of time, like 7 minutes for one party, 4.5 minutes for the seventh of the people, etc. And the others would account for like 90 minutes, etc., over 3 hours, etc. And when we talk about the ICTV channel, during the first round, the proposition party had most of the time. Then the Self-Reliance, European Solidarity go next. And then STB channel, we have European Solidarity dominating, etc. So all of these graphs, we do have the infographics. You can see that there is a 45 to 60%. Can you see this? I hope you can see that. So no media managed to provide this smooth horizontal line for the representation of all of the parties. You can see like there is the proposition on the live channel, like 7 minutes, the others have 7 hours, as contrasted to 4 hours to the others, like Udar party had 4 hours, etc., whatever. I mean that each channel actually had a very different proportion and distribution for different parties and political forces. The 24 channel had the highest number of political actors present. By the 7th of the people, they are outrunning Batkivshchina almost twofold. there are two front runners. So if you want to say whether we have the pluralism or anything in this situation, or whether we have the equality, or whether all of the actors actually required or requested the specific time, etc., or whether they intended to cover and outreach every voter in the remotest areas, that's the question. So do I take you right to summarize your answer that our voters, in order to make the conscious, informed choices, they need to watch at least 5 TV channels at the same time, because each channel has their preferred political actors, right? To save your time, I would just give you the short answer. Yes, that's true. But I'm not sure that after watching as many channels as you can, you will be able to have the unprejudiced position or informed choices about each of the political actors. However, I'm not able to give you one name of one media that could provide the most objective picture of all political actors. As you suggested in the report, you are suggesting to introduce the changes to the law according to the items you mentioned, and you want to receive enhanced support for the regulators. Well, the goal of these changes is to enable the regulators to better regulate the response mechanisms to the violations and to the fraud, and also to prevent and combat this phenomenon of the paid-for journalism, as they call it. It is typical for the Ukrainian information space to tamper with the statistical data to shape and influence the audience's opinions. And all of the available area of information, they cause confusion rather than the structured understanding. I believe we shall address these aspects to be able to respond to them. The current law basically does not allow to terminate anything during the election campaign. We are only able to take record and document the shortcomings and actually provide this information to the next authors of the draft laws. Thank you. I would like to invite Alina Zagoruiko, the People's Deputy of Ukraine, the head of the subcommittee on elections and referenda. What do you think? What shall be regulated? What shall be discarded? Maybe these things could be self-regulated in terms of access to public information, in terms of access to information on elections, to ensure our voters could make informed choices.
Вас, Олександр, вітаю всіх своїх колег.
Вітаю. Can you hear me? Thank you, Alexander. Greetings, everyone. Greetings to all the participants. It has already become a good tradition to express thank yous to the organizers of the forum. Thank you for this great and insightful format. You have selected stimulating and instructive topics. The topic of our panel discussion is of philosophical nature. It's a synthesis of philosophy and the practicalities or the practical manifestations of this philosophy. Olha, as the organizer of the event, asked me to go deeper into philosophical approaches, but I do understand that such philosophical discussions might get protracted in time. So I will just set the tone for our further discussion. So please interrupt me if I take too much time. The issue of free choice of people and the issue of their freedom is something that has been on top of the agenda since ancient times. Existentialism defines freedom as a fundamental characteristic of human existence. And we as people have the right to create ourselves and shape our future. When we are talking about collective choice, it prompts us only towards one thought. It's all about elections in a country. So this is the manifestation of this collective choice of the future. Therefore, elections are a part and parcel of any democratic regime. I would like to veer back to the Ukrainian reality and comment on the Electoral Code. Article 14 of the Electoral Code stipulates that the elections in Ukraine shall be free. The notion of free elections can be interpreted in multiple ways. There are some people who believe that free elections are about the right to be elected and to elect, so it's all about subjective factors. I am more supportive of a broader concept, and this is something that we tried to enshrine in the updated Electoral Code. So I want to go back to the same article. Citizens of Ukraine shall be provided with favorable conditions for the free shaping and expression of their will in the voting process. In the current world, the principle of free elections should be interpreted in the following way. People have access to alternative and objective information, and based on this information, people will be capable of making informed decisions and choices. And we need to revert back to electoral practices. And our experience shows that, unfortunately, we do not always conduct elections in compliance with the best international practices and guidelines. We have already received multiple reports of the observation missions. Based on the findings of these reports, we will set up a working group to refine certain provisions of the electoral legislation. And I would like to go back to the monitoring of the National Television and Radio Broadcasting Council during elections in Ukraine. So what do we find in this monitoring? What are the main violations? Imbalanced allocation of airtime to different political parties and political entities, the violation of the prejudice and objectivity principles, hidden or implicit advertising, campaigning at a prohibited time, violations of conditions during public opinion polling, etc., etc. So all these violations and offenses have an adverse effect on the free and conscious choice of our citizens. And its turn, it impinges on the trust in the elections and the objectivity of the election results. Having studied the reports of the observation missions, OSCE, OPORA, and multiple other ones, having studied all these observation reports, we find shortcomings there in the internet campaigning. According to various sociological studies, 1/3 of Ukrainian citizens receive information from the internet. And in this domain, the issue is poorly regulated. And Sasha, you were right by saying that the campaigning block in the electoral legislation is the component that has not been subjected to significant change. And I really hope that our working group will put together a set of changes that will be to the benefit of all the participants in the electoral process. The issue of campaigning on the internet is closely linked to the issue of election finance. I don't want to go into the woods. I think it's a topic for a separate discussion. And by the way, it's a separate topic that we will be working on within our working group. I also want to expand on another development that has been actively discussing in the past several weeks. The democracy index in European countries, you might know that it is comprised of multiple criteria. One of them is electoral processes and plurality. In this category, Ukraine succeeded in making significant progress. We transitioned from the category of countries with a sustainable democracy. And by the way, I believe that this is the credit of the new Electoral Code and the associated campaign. The elections were conducted with high quality indeed. And I think that in this regard, our electoral code is a step ahead of the political culture that we have prevailing among political parties, and is also a step ahead of the political awareness and consciousness of all the participants in the electoral process. Back to the issue of awareness. It's true indeed that citizens need to watch more TV channels, and it's not only about watching channels, but also utilizing your critical thinking. You should not believe everything that you see and hear. There has to be more room for analysis and review. I would like to remind our voters that we also have such sources of information as the websites of the Parliament of Ukraine, the websites of political parties, the website of the Central Election Commission. All these internet resources contain voluminous electoral data and materials that you might need to make a conscious choice. And while adopting the updated electoral code, we stipulated that the CEC shall publish information on their website as open source data. So that website is there. It's a great tool and source of information. Leverage it, and then your choice stands a better chance of being conscious and informed. I don't want to take too much more of your time. Just once again, I would like to encourage all Ukrainian citizens, all participants in the electoral process, and emphasize that each choice has to be informed and substantiated. I would like to encourage everyone to enhance your political culture, regardless of how good or bad the electoral code is, without bolstering the level of political culture, we will not be able to achieve appropriate electoral procedures. Thank you very much for your attention. I'm ready to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you, Alina. I would like to remind everyone of yet another red line that is the centerpiece of any elections, the issue of disinformation. There are documentaries about electoral interferences during the Brexit process, intervention and interference in the US elections, and it has been done by the country that is an aggressor to Ukraine, and the representative of our regulating body mentioned that they have limited toolkit there. Taras, can you tell us more about this component? What about the vision of the executive authorities? What do we do with disinformation? How do we combat on this front line? Two speakers have already mentioned that it's not only about the changes, but also about the philosophy that is incorporated into these changes. A lot is contingent on the model that we opt for. So what are some of the challenges and solutions in your opinion? Thank you, Alexander. The changes much needed indeed. Some changes should be ongoing. The Ministry of Culture and Information Policy is actively engaged in this domain. We have a specialized committee that is responsible for the regulation of the mass media, in particular, mass media operations during elections. At the same time, we work on multiple other topics. The issue of electoral changes at this specific point is not on top of our priorities. So it's not a topic that is prevalent on our agenda. It's a little bit difficult for me to speak on behalf of the ministry because as an expert and as the former leader of an NGO, I already expressed my opinions in the past, but they are not documented in any regulations. The updated Electoral Code was adopted quite recently. During the recent local elections, we could see that some aspects worked, while there are a lot of question marks about other changes. I believe that you remember the story. We had the presidential elections, the parliamentary elections, the local elections, and it was a great time to rethink some of the changes and give thorough thought to legislative proposals. Our today's discussion is an invaluable platform where we can be exposed to the perspectives of all the stakeholders, including representatives of NGOs that work on the ground, and they have more exposure to what is happening on site. There is a need for changes from the perspective of technologies. Sociology shows that the traditional media have reduced impact, while the influence of digital media is ever growing. And we can see that new media are enjoying more and more popularity. A lot of people spend more time on the websites, on the internet, and there are a lot of pending issues in this regard. How can the government regulate such media? Can the regulating body make decisions that will be mandatory for digital giants? What is the practice in other countries? And the same is true about finance. The government always strives for ensuring the transparency of expenditures. Within the Center for Democracy, we always emphasized that any elections are expensive and we need to reduce the impact of money. More spending is shifting towards Facebook and other social media. So it's not really about the amounts spent, but it's also about who spends what. Do political parties do it directly, and there's a certain level of transparency? Of course, some sort of transparency on Facebook is there, but there are also some support groups that form the gray zone. And in this gray zone, there are no clear-cut rules. There's no line between what is allowed, what is not allowed. So my question is, maybe in the context of electoral campaigning, it's worth allowing support groups to get registered as support groups in Ukraine. And this way, they will be able to openly spend some money on advertising, including advertising in the social media. Multiple NGOs believe that things like that should be prohibited, but then the likelihood is that we will be treading the same waters and there will be no desired changes in the near future. What is happening in the new media in terms of paid and free content is one of the key challenges in the next electoral campaigns. If we have a look at the recent trends, the influence of social media will continue going up. So even if we try to regulate, that influence will still be high, while the impact of the traditional media will be shrinking. Disinformation is another important issue that was brought up by Alexander. Within the Ministry of Culture and Information Policy, we closely interact with the National Security and Defense Council. We also have a dedicated program aimed at the protection of information space, and we are devising tools to counter disinformation. You might have seen a piece of news that Любов Цибульska will be the head of the Center for Strategic Communications and Information Safety. It's a structural unit within our ministry that will be charged with combating disinformation. We have an influx of aggressive Russian propaganda, and this is the topic that all line ministries have to be engaged in, because Russia tries to exercise their influence on our elections. But it's particularly the responsibility of our ministry. In the context of countering disinformation, there is the aggressors' influence component, but there's also the component of political opponents. Some political opponents also try to utilize disinformation, but this is something that is not our focus area. In the context of combating disinformation, we need to channel most of our efforts at countering external interference, because through external interference, some domestic messages are reinforced, or sometimes the domestic messages are congruent with external interferences. And in the case of some TV channels, it was a ground for classifying these channels as pro-Russian. But let me underscore once again that apart from the judiciary and some regulating bodies, the government should not interfere into political competition, that first and foremost, we should be fighting the external challenges coming from the Russian Federation.
Є питань достатньо багато.
There are definitely many other issues related to the transparency of media, but I would like to add another aspect from my previous experience. Last year, the European Human Rights Court issued the ruling for the Center of Democracy and Rule of Law on the case related to the electoral fraud, and it lasted for 5 or 6 years, and it resulted in the decision that declared that the public authorities' activities were not open and transparent enough because they refused to disclose the bios of the candidates for people's deputies. On the one hand, we could be proud of high openness of our government and of the fact that we have better laws for certain cases than in the EU member states. However, on the other hand, we have certain issues with the enforcement. We know that Ukrainian laws, they provide for disclosure of information and openness, but not being open about the biographies. So the decision of the court, of the European Human Rights Court, managed to help us to change the practices. To conclude, I would like to highlight that the civil society organizations acting in the electoral field, they are contributing tremendously in improving the situation, in developing the proposals for the amendments to the law, in supporting the judicial practices, and also, since my work at the ministry, I have seen much contribution and much benefit from the civil society, and I can see why the public authorities may be inefficient in some cases. Thank you, Mr. Shevchenko. Thank you for this informative input. I would like to continue this discussion to say that the impact of social media is increasing, and the impact and influence of the online media is growing too in terms of the outreach. And in terms of the revenues from the political ads, they are also rather successful in terms of commercial activities. And there are also different opinions whether this area should be regulated or not and how this shall be addressed. Can social media be regulated and to which extent? And then the first question would be about the jurisdiction. In this respect, I would like to pass the floor to Mr. Rozkladai, the Deputy Head of the Center for Democracy and Rule of Law. Could you please tell us about your vision on these matters? Shall it be regulated or not? What are the bottlenecks? What are the weaknesses? And the key important aspects in that respect? What could you suggest to the working group established at the dedicated committee? Good afternoon. Well, I think that in terms of social media, it is a very difficult aspect to address. It's not only the challenge for Ukraine, but also for all over the world. There is the national dimension when the national states, they start developing certain rules and they start telling the social media to comply with these rules. And it does work. It works both in the countries I mean, it's not only about the social media, it's about any transnational entity, such as Netflix. It's another actor that could be used for the benefit of electoral actors. But in terms of communication with the social media, with some of them at least, we can see that they are ready to enter the dialogue, at least when the rules, certain rules are introduced on the national level. You can often see certain complaints on Facebook, like the Facebook is not doing anything, they're not blocking things, etc. But what about our legislation, legal framework? Does it regulate anything on Facebook, on YouTube, or anywhere else? We have some very general, very vague rules. Right, this is about the civil code, covering any area of relations among individuals, among people, whenever they are happening. But in fact, in terms of social media, we need to do our homework and decide what we actually want. In terms of elections and social media, the model that appeals to me most, and it was supported by Taras, we are organizing the support groups. As far as I know, in the Czech Republic, they registered the support groups in the Central Election Commission, and the Central Election Commission is using these lists. So they are targeting these political ads at the support groups. It is quite transparent. You don't need to have any external restrictions. You can see who is there. Another story is related to this approach when the devil is in the detail, because the detail always matters the most. For example, can you officially pay to Facebook from the election fund? We cannot. I mean, generally, why not? Because Facebook does not have the official Facebook legal entity registration code for Ukraine, etc., etc. I mean, we can blame ourselves when we created the rules that are not favorable to us. What we can see from the report, and we can be grateful to Facebook, I know that they launched the Facebook ad library some 6 months before we initiated this idea, and we can see who spends what, the promotion of ads. But we can see that it is not always possible to see whether the candidate paid or who paid that. So we need to sit down and think about the specific mechanisms to prevent any abuse or misuse. But I don't see any sense to fight these cases. We need to legalize them. This was as far as Facebook is concerned. As to YouTube, it's more complicated because the Google Corporation is not that open. Facebook probably has been beaten more on the international scale, so they started developing the policies. They launched the oversight board, They were the first to do this. This is the institution reviewing the decisions. We are monitoring these cases, and we were submitting our interventions. And the cases are very interesting. They could be based on certain philosophical background or legal background, but at least they started building this model. And there is another question, another issue to raise. Something needs to be done internationally, because whenever the national state starts doing anything and inventing mechanisms, for example, when we talk about Germany or London or Dublin, where they have the headquarters or the offices, they could be doing anything because it's attached to certain jurisdiction. In Ukraine, we don't have any offices, because usually the corporations, they scatter their offices and resources all over the world, depending on the country that they find it more convenient. Like in Warsaw, they have their PR service, etc. So we needed to be more definite ourselves and decide what we want to demand from the social media. What do we expect from that? But at least with Facebook, we could be able to address these issues. But of course, other platforms would follow. There is also the problem, which is Telegram. Telegram is not transparent. It's not even the social media. It's a messenger with the elements of the social media. Not only Telegram, I think. The next election campaign is going to run on TikTok. Do you mean Clubhouse too? No, I mean TikTok. Well, TikTok actually bans the election campaigning, even though there was one US senator who shared this viral video. He is of this Hindu appearance. There were some viral videos they were sharing, but TikTok doesn't allow that. But we now have the outburst of Clubhouse, and there's even a bigger issue, because whenever artificial intelligence is able to fish the hate speech or other things that could be qualified as hate speech related to ideology, etc. But how does the artificial intelligence fish the hate speech or anything like that from the soundtracks? Like, because Clubhouse is only about audio, that's an issue, and we need to tackle that. Well, back in 2019 in Ukraine, we felt the consequences of such shortcomings. Well, Facebook is also trying to be open and actually interact to combat hate speech. But I must say that it is a complicated thing to tackle, and COVID also contributed to that. Because the hearing of cases, whenever they reach the court at all, is delayed. It's pandemic related. So on the international level, Ukraine could, and I think Ukraine has to be more actively voicing their concerns. So Ukraine can not only import things, but also produce things and suggest the changes. And I believe Ukraine needs to be more active and offer their proposals and narratives on the international level. We are basically the best lab for testing many technologies, unfortunately many of them negative technologies. Well, this story with the Telegram is very illustrative. Some years ago, hardly anyone would know what Telegram was, but now even some of the authoritative and respected entities start using Telegram, but even though we have certain regulations, even restrictions, even on the regional level, such as TikTok, they could be used as models. When we talk about the mechanisms of the so-called smart regulations, when we set the legal framework, for example, for the National Council for Broadcasting could act as a national contact entity. I know that Facebook and other platforms, they have certain position in the negotiations, like give us the contact public authority no, we could actually engage with them. Exactly, they need the entry point. If this is about the cyber crimes, this is the cyber police. If this is media, this shall be the regulator. They could sign the memorandum, and this regulator could inform about the situations and cases and incidents in the media. We know that there were certain dangerous situations when the entire media were blocked online, and we helped to resume them. Therefore, one thing that I would definitely include into the Electoral Code, and we used to suggest it, this is the possibility for public authorities to act as contact points with the platforms to address various issues, maybe related to the codes of conduct, covering specific areas, etc. But in any case, this will be the step forward other than beating around the bush, trying to basically address the platforms that cover large audiences. I know that the EU is supposed to, I mean, when we talk about the international context and international solutions to the platforms, online platforms, I know that the EU is drafting and preparing to adopt the legal acts to regulate certain aspects within the EU related to social media. Of course, I've heard about these developments. I even contacted with the experts engaged in the cause, but I have not seen the text yet. I could only maybe see certain confidential accepts, but I know that in Germany, in France, in the UK, well, the UK is not the EU anymore, but they are trying to basically unify these rules. And I believe whenever the EU is going to introduce it, this is going to be very helpful for Ukraine too. We will be able to basically use these best practices and implement them in the Ukrainian context. Thank you. And now, getting back from the concepts and philosophy, we could go down to the more practical domain, including also the open data. Open data, this is also the format that allows for the big data processing. There are many surveys that prove that the more data the government is posting into that format, it is contributing to the better and progressive economic growth and also enhances the speed of many processes in various areas of life. I know that OPORA was doing the research related to the open data during the election process. Therefore, Robert, I would like to invite you to tell us more. What are the issues in this area? Because open data is an important aspect to discuss. Well, thank you. But to start with, I would like to continue about the social media. Civil network OPORA has been very active monitoring social media since 2019, since the last presidential election. This is where Facebook introduced the so-called Facebook ad library, which helped us to assess the scale of engagement of political actors in the social media. Also, we were able to trace the funding sources, and also this helped us identify the future steps. I'm going to show to you this slide that has been mentioned a lot. We have over 40 million of Ukrainian citizens who are using the social media for news updates. So you can see the distribution according to the relevant platforms. And also we are talking about the 40 minutes average a day spent on YouTube for viewing, but we can also know that there is a lot of political misinformation or disinformation, but we have no information on who pays for what for that content in these media and what regulates them. Facebook, unlike others, is offering this data to us. And since the recent presidential elections in 2019, we have had this Facebook ad library, and OPORA specifically is monitoring that, and we can see the increasing election campaigning on Facebook. You can see that there was about 10,000 posts that could be referred to political ads in presidential election, and you can see the increased numbers during the next elections. You can see the 2020 local elections that had about 124,000 posts worth over $4 million, which also proves that the social media are getting the increasingly more important influence and roles in the election campaign, but it is not regulated in any specific legal acts. Therefore, all of the electoral campaigning remains in the shadow, and the political actors have been using this extensively. And this is the way to evade various restrictions on political campaigning. And despite the fact that the previous speaker mentioned that we do not have any specific legal mechanisms to pay for political ads directly from the election fund, the political parties and candidates, they are trying to finance their campaigning materials from the shadow sources. And they are actively using social media and social platforms for that, also to share disinformation and misinformation about their opponents to impact the election results in Ukraine. Therefore, a major challenge we can see in Ukraine that come from the social media is about tampering with the public opinions, disinformation, hate speech. And this is not only the challenge for Ukraine, but for the entire world. We do not have one single solution that could be universal to all to combat disinformation. These shall not be the focal solutions. This shall be the comprehensive balanced strategy addressing these aspects, both in short term to identify the posts and cases of disinformation, and to include the long-term approaches to raise awareness of the population and also to enhance their media literacy.
Currently, apart from NGOs that monitor the dissemination of information and disinformation during elections, we can also talk about the activities of social media per se, because they are deregulating, and Facebook is a great example. Apart from the political ads library, as Ihor mentioned, they also established the Supreme Court that reviews any complaints of users and delete content. They also monitor unauthentic behavior when Facebook pages use fake accounts to influence public opinions, and the Facebook media actively counters such behavior. It was true about the presidential elections. During the parliamentary elections, one page was deleted, and the same was true during the local elections. Some pages associated with the Batkivshchina party were deleted. Robert, I'm really sorry for interrupting, but I have a short question in this context because it's an important aspect. Don't you think that the powers pertaining to the regulation of content should be vested in the government? And this is something that is claimed by multiple experts, because the platform itself can have unlimited discretionary power, and it can grow into abuse when, for example, in Australia, we have some cases when platforms impose sanctions on countries. I fully agree about that. We cannot really have sufficient methods for the regulation of social media. So we cannot really fully eradicate manipulation and disinformation. That's why I want to share this case. Within OPORA, we found a network of pages that were based on fake accounts. And after we publicized this information, Facebook deleted these accounts. The government has to participate in the detection and elimination of disinformation, but there's a thin line there because on the one hand, we cannot really brush aside any disinformation being disseminated during the elections. But on the other hand, any attempts to counter disinformation can have a negative effect on the freedom of speech in Ukraine. So we have to be very cautious there not to cross that thin line. Let me continue about those challenges that are posed by social media. Violations of the electoral legislation. We know that the electoral legislation prohibits campaigning on the eve of the election day and on the election day. And here you can see the amount of money spent on campaigning on the eve of the election day and on the election day, the so-called silence days. And since we don't really have government regulation, since we don't really regulate social media in our electoral code and other regulations, it's basically impossible to bring to justice candidates and any other offenders. And this slide is a testimony to what has been mentioned earlier, the political ads, because basically we have electoral campaigning when it's prohibited. There are no specific timeframes, and basically our politicians start campaigning in August. And it leads us to another challenge that has been mentioned, transparency of finance and the ensuring of fair and open elections. The civil network OPORA during the parliamentary and presidential elections tried to explore to which extent the money spent by political candidates was in line with the spending reflected in their official reports. And there is no compliance there, which means that most of the funds were spent in the shadow. On this slide, you can see the money spent by political candidates on campaigning in the social media. There's another important development. The Central Election Committee issued a resolution and obliged all the political parties and entities to include a separate cost item, expenditures associated with the social media advertising. It simplifies the analysis of financial reports and statements, but it leads us to the issue of data openness. All these financial reports are not really reviewed by anyone after they are submitted to the CEC. They are just archived, and that takes us to the issue of open election data. They definitely have a great influence on the transparency of the electoral process, because if we have open electoral data, we will know the ins and outs of the electoral processes, and we will be able to properly evaluate elections. But providing that these election data are timely, comprehensive, and truthful. The CEC is doing a lot of work in this regard, and if we compare it with its counterparts in other European countries, our CEC publicizes voluminous electoral information and data, but there are still some shortcomings. Robert, but do they publish this information as open data or in PDF format? During the recent local elections, the CEC for the first time published information about all candidates in the format of open data. It was to the benefit of our network and multiple other NGOs. So finally, we had access to the last names of all candidates. There are some data that are published in the HTML format, but we can still deem it as open data. But as for election results, you can access them only in two manners. Either after the election day, you go to the polling station and you have a look at the protocol on the bulletin board, or after the election day, you can go to the relevant archive institution and obtain the copy of the protocol. During the recent local elections, the scanned copies of the intermediary results were published. So 50 pages in each protocol, 170,000 protocols. It's a large array of information that will never be digitized. I have another slide to share. It's about where you can find the election results. On the right, you can see the archive branch in Kryvyi Rih. It's their reply to the inquiry about the election results, because you remember that there were repeat elections there. Starting from the 2014 presidential and parliamentary elections, a big part of this information was submitted as scrap paper, and the remaining materials were flooded. So we don't really have any access to election results in Kryvyi Rih. There's no way for us to analyze whether there was electoral fraud and rigging or not. And we had a similar situation in the city of Chernivtsi. Their archival department was on fire, and the entire electoral documentation from the local election burned down, and there are a lot of question marks there because they were able to finalize the election results only through the CEC. They are still investigating this case, so it's not clear whether the entire documentation burned to the ground or not, but rumor has it that it did. If we want to ensure transparent, fair, and open elections, we need to rectify these shortcomings. If we have access to comprehensive open data on as many electoral processes as possible, we will be better equipped to prevent manipulations about the legitimacy of the elections. Like, for example, changes in the registration or changes of the voting address. A lot of people claimed that this procedure was instituted for the political parties to be able to leverage the mechanisms of so-called electoral tourism. So definitely open data are an important factor in this domain, and I believe that the working group on the refinement of the Electoral Code should step up their efforts. But we cannot really see that. The CEC says that the Electoral Code does not regulate the issue of publishing information. Like, for example, information on TEC members. If we are talking about the local elections, TECs don't really have an information system along the lines of the system that we have during the parliamentary and presidential elections, the system that you can use to collect and analyze data. But TECs process voluminous data themselves, for example, on TEC members. NGOs and observers need to have access to that information, because then they will be able to understand the background and experience of TEC members in the elections. So we will be able to identify problematic TEC members, but this information is not published, even though CEC has it in a machine-readable format. Thank you, Robert. We are slightly behind the schedule. A short summary of our discussion. It's our homework, actually, so it's high time for everyone to get down to our homework. We have expanded on multiple problematic issues, not an exhaustive list, of course. I would like to address Alina as the head of the working group that has been mentioned on multiple occasions today. Is there a specific mandate of the working group, and are there any limitations on the work that you can do, in particular everything pertaining to campaigning and electoral propaganda? Thank you for this question. At this specific point, I don't really have a clear answer about the mandate of the working group, but all such issues as campaigning on the internet, campaigning during silence time, these are the issues that definitely have to be incorporated into legislative electoral changes. Our working group is comprised of highly qualified experts, and I do believe that all these ideas will be reflected in the updated Electoral Code, all the ideas pertaining to campaigning in particular on the internet. But I think that we have to work really hard to have a good harvest at the end. We are done with this discussion. Thank you to all the participants for your attention, and we will go and do our homework.
Шановні глядачі, всі, хто з нами, всі, хто
Dear participants, if you're still here, I'm addressing the ones who have been with us for 6 straight hours. You've been exposed to multiple interesting discussions and stimulating speakers. We will continue tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. You can watch the recording on the website, on the Facebook page of the civil network OPORA. The English-speaking audience can watch everything on our YouTube channel. Tomorrow we will be talking about the organization and conduct of elections on the government control areas. And we remember that in 18 Hromadas, the elections did not take place. There's a need for regulating criteria for conducting or not conducting such elections because of some political misunderstandings. The elections did not take place because we do have some areas that are close to the line of contact and are subjected to shelling. And there were some areas where elections took place in 2015 and also the parliamentary elections in 2019. We will have another group of experts, the Secretary of the National Security and Defense Council, representatives of the Ministry of Defense. We will also have a panel discussion on justice, the court system and irreversibility of punishment for electoral violations. We will have judges, experts, and other stakeholders present. We will also discuss the quality of the judiciary in terms of prosecuting for electoral offenses, and we will finish with a very important panel discussion on the accessibility of elections, in particular for people with disabilities. We will also share some success stories or those feathers in the hats of our ombudsmen because they did a lot of work to make sure that citizens were included into voter lists, and they also conducted a flurry of activities in raising the awareness of voters to make sure, for example, that military service members can participate in the nationwide elections. All these issues have to be incorporated into updated amendments in the Electoral Code, because whatever we do not discuss will be put on the back burner, and we don't really want to face the same challenges and issues during the next presidential and parliamentary elections, because these are the issues that have been in the pipeline for a long time, and we should not rectify or resolve them last minute before the elections. We don't really want any political context to have an impact on the outcomes and results of elections. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow. Hope you enjoyed our discussions today.